Wait. Hi there, my name is Phixfox, and that's the wrong intro. Hold on. That's totally the wrong intro. The correct intro is actually going to be this one. All right, so you saw nothing. Hi there, my name is Phixfox, and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 3. This is going to be a playthrough of the Shadow of Death, Birth of the Barbarian campaign scenario number 3. This follows number 2, the meeting, and this is going to be for us a tough start. Of course, Yogg the Barbarian has now escaped from Broghild. He has now fought his way through the forces of Krulod to get to the capital of Ulgak, where I believe that Duke Winston Baragas was set to attack him for some unknown reason. And now what Yogg has done, now that he has stormed that capital and taken command of it, supposedly, I do not know. Let's let Yogg tell the story in just 1 second. But we also have this description here. For a tough start, scenario 3, take the sandals of the saint and the armor of wonder to Alindora to win the scenario. However, if Yogg is defeated in combat or you lose either component of the Angelic Alliance, the scenario is lost. Yogg is limited to level 18, but will carry his experience and skills on to the next level. We are going to be playing as the blue player. There is, it looks like, one gray tan player. And then this will be a medium-sized map. Let's put the difficulty on impossible, as always. And then we have the choice between starting off with 10 wood, the Ring of the Wayfarer, or 3,500 gold. Honestly, my initial thoughts is that Ring of the Wayfarer is always good because it does give you a speed bonus on the adventure map because your troops are going to be faster, and it also gives you a decided advantage in combat. So I'm hoping for the Ring of the Wayfarer, but of course, as always, let's let the dice roll decide what we're going to pick here. Which one is it? Are going to go down. Shit! We roll a 4. Golly. Good job, Phixfox. You're killing me, Smalls. You are killing me, Smalls. Okay, we roll a 4. And then a 4 in this instance is going to be the Ring of the Wayfarer. Alrighty. So, this is off to a great start. Let's have a ton of fun, and let's dive right in.
When I confronted Winston Baragas, he admitted to setting Krulod's armies against me to test my worthiness to join them. At first, I was angry at this deception, until the Duke pointed out that it was I who wanted to be a fighter. The barbarian within me saw his point. But Baragas has a test designed to see whether I am truly ready to part with the wizards of Broghild. I must take the magical Angelic Alliance sword, break it apart, and distribute the pieces throughout Italia, Erathia, and Broghild.
Dude, Manticore, Basilisk, I don't know what kind of dragon. Is that a gold dragon that he has on his wall? That is super cool. And we do actually see the Angelic Alliance sword there, which is pretty nifty as well. But I gotta tell you, I have to say this. Buddy, you are acting like that punk kid that is trying to be annoying for the sake of annoying at the supermarket, out in public, wherever. And then as soon as people get mad at you messing with them, and they start to like be aggressive with you, you say, whoa, bro, it's just a prank, it's just a prank. That's the vibes that I'm getting off of Duke Winston Baragas. After I've already taken your capital, you are at my mercy, and you're like, whoa, I was just testing you. I was just trying to see if maybe you were actually worthy to join me, and now I guess you've proven it. I'll let you join me. Nope, I'm not buying it. He's a tool, officially. After a few days' travel into Titalia, you discovered that Titalians really don't want you in their territory. Since it will probably take some time to find Alindora, you are fortifying your army inside a little valley before beginning the search. So we do start off here with the castle of Kruber, and there's not much to our name here. We do have the tavern, we do have some goblins in the goblin hut, and then other than that, it's pretty slim pickings. But at least it is a castle, and we do have 1,000 gold coming our way. So we also start off with Yogg the Barbarian, and right off the bat, I see immediately that we have some tremendous stats. We have 40 attack, 34 defense, 25 spell power, 23 knowledge. That is because we do have this artifact, the Angelic Alliance, which does allow Rampart, Tower, Fortress, and Stronghold and castle creatures to be mixed without a morale penalty for the player, and it casts Expert Prayer at the start of combat. Two things about this. Number one, that's all of the faction troops except for the quote-unquote evil troops, more or less the dungeons, the Kriegan devils and stuff like that. Those don't fall under this Angelic Alliance, but everybody else does for the most part. And then that's number one. And number two is this, Expert Prayer. Will this actually affect our troops, knowing that Yogg doesn't cast spells? I don't know. But if I were to disassemble it, you've got +5 to your attack from the Sword of Judgment. You got +6 to all of your stats with the Heavenly Helm. We are pretty darn strong because of this artifact. And I'm guessing that if our goal is to disperse these individual artifacts, then we're going to get weaker as these scenarios go on. This might be the very strongest we are at. Okay. Other than that, we've already talked in the past about how we've built up Yogg, the wizard. He is pretty tough. The things I wish that we didn't have so much are this basic diplomacy, but meh, we've got it. And we'll go from there. The basic pathfinding is actually going to be really nice, knowing that we now have Swamp to deal with. So with that being said, I think that it's just time for us to set off. I don't think that we really want to pick up these goblins, and I know that we cannot because, hey, we don't have any gold to do so. As you ride into the clearing, you notice a university scholar resting his horse. He agrees to teach you some of what he knows before setting off. That's +1 to our attack skill. Rally flag, never a bad idea to pick that up. I do see we have a sawmill and an ore pit immediately in our way. Artifact, the Ladybird of Luck, +1 to your luck. Pretty good. I think I see the top of probably, I can't click on it, but it looks like Goblin Hut here, probably Goblin Hut here. Does it matter which one of these we pick up first? We're probably going to want to pick up the blacksmith or the marketplace first. And so wood is going to be our major priority, but the ore looks to be more along the way than anything else does. So as we're continuing to scout, we're just going to grab all of this. Do we go out of our way to get the ore? I don't think so. We have 10 ore. We can always come back for that later. I'm going to step right here just so I can pick up this Ladybird of Luck. And then I do see a wolf pin guarded by, it looks like some lizard warriors. Not lizard men, but lizard warriors. Not lizard boys, but lizard men. No, they are warriors. And then on the end of this day, we're going to pick up this +2 to our wood. We do still have the rally flag +1s. I think that as tough as we are, 41 attack, 34 defense. Yeah, the spell power and the knowledge isn't going to help us at all. But I think that we just split up our troops, probably something like this. Probably something just like that. And we should be able to obliterate these lizard warriors, especially because of this expert tactics. Let's just plan on that being the case. And as soon as we can, I think that hero number 2 is going to be important. We're just going to see if we can find any gold. So far, no dice. I'll pick up this wood because it's right along the way. I definitely... Oh, this is a wolf pin and this is a goblin barracks. They look very similar. The wolf pin is a little bit taller. And so that's good information for us to have. Our troop sizes are very, very low, but again, I think that we should be able to defeat these lizard warriors. One goblin. I'm not even going to fight that fight. No point in fighting that fight. We could pick up the wolves for 100 gold apiece right now. I think that we're going to have time to pick these guys up later. Or is there going to be another fight here in the fog that we need to get? I don't know. For that reason, actually, let's work on getting this city hall. We're going to need Mage Guild, we're going to need Marketplace, we're going to need the blacksmith. Let's start. And then I think that knowing that I might need some troops later, I'm going to recruit 7 of those wolves. And I might as well pick up the windmill now just in case we need that soon. I see a mystical garden. That could be +5 gems. That could be some 500 gold. I think we're going to go for the gold more than anything else right now. These goblins are free. Oh, geez. There's some shrubs blocking our path here. We would have had to have gone in this direction and back. So probably not going to pick them up anytime soon. Definitely too little gold to consider getting another hero. We do sneak into the mystical garden and we pick up the leprechaun by his ankles and shake him vigorously. Knowing that leprechauns are in Horn of the Abyss, actually, this mystical garden, I feel like it should have a very, very small chance, like a 2 to 5% chance that the leprechaun gets his friends and they say, you shouldn't have come here, buddy. And then you have to fight them and like pacify them. I think that'd be actually kind of funny. Warrior's Tomb, not as important as resources right now. I think we're going to wait on that. Left or right or south, I don't actually know. I've played this scenario before. It's been a long time though. It looks like we have gnolls here. and so I'm going to go south instead. I'm definitely not going to attack these dragonflies. I think I could probably beat them. I'm just going to be a little bit safe. Just a little bit. Learning Stone doesn't really bother me. I'm not going to need that anytime soon. How important are gems going to be for the Stronghold faction? Not very. But this little bit of treasure is actually going to be very useful. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get it on the diagonal. So 1,800 gold. Let's move on to the blacksmith now. And then I'm hoping that with the gold from that treasure chest, that's going to be enough for us to get the Mage Guild this turn. Journal entry number 12. I sent my scouts out yesterday to search the countryside while I searched the town, but we haven't found any sign of Alandora. It's going to be 1,500 gold because experience isn't going to matter. We can only get 3 levels in this scenario anyway. Naga Bank, it sounds like a good plan to defeat those creatures if you can, but I don't think that that's very likely at the moment. Even just 1 extra week's worth of creatures will be pretty nice. This is tough. Next, well, tomorrow I can get another hero, and they can help me pick up goblins. They can help me pick up some of these extra things. But that means I don't get wolves right now. And that means that this dragonfly hive I should be pretty thoughty of. I think that while Naga are out of the question, I think Medusa and dragonflies we can actually get, especially if we get the dragonflies. And this being not a bank, not a resource giving type of adventure map object like the Naga Bank or the Medusa stores, but a creature bank where you're going to get some nice creatures upon defeating the Guardians. I think that this is actually a worthwhile fight, and I don't think that we need to worry too much about serpent flies. I know that I turned down this fight up here, but I think that this fight, the risk reward pans out a little bit better for me. You have found a dragonfly hive. Do you wish to attack the guards? It looks like it's going to be, if I can right click on it, I can't. It's going to be however many there are. 30, I don't think we can do much better, but we're just going to take a look and see what this fight does for us. Yeah, dragonflies are just so fast. They're going to get to go first every single round of combat, and you're just going to take a beating. There's nothing you can do about it. And they cast weakness. Okay, so that's actually pretty fantastic. We do get the prayer. We get the prayer. Even though Yogg cannot cast any spells, we're going to have prayered creatures, and that of course is a tremendous spell. I think it's speed, I think it's morale, I think it's a little bit of attack damage. It does a little bit of everything, so I'm thrilled for that. We're gonna let some of the goblins go first. Actually, it depends on how much damage we're gonna do. I think we're gonna let the goblins take the hits here. I'm gonna have 2 stacks of goblins attack this serpent fly. There goes that dispel. And then I'm going to have this stack of 3 or 4, probably the stack of 3 if it goes first. It's going to attack these dragonflies here just to get rid of their retaliation. Yeah, and then that way the wolf raiders actually get to keep their retaliation up just a little bit longer. Or they get to keep their prayer up a little bit longer. This serpent fly I actually meant to do... I didn't mean to actually bring this stack down that far. I think we're going to take the retaliation from these dragonflies and these dragonflies. I think we should kill most of these dragonflies here and then most of these dragonflies here. Again, what were the initial losses? Like 7 goblins? Are we really going to do that much better than that? I don't think that the answer is yes. I think that right now, though, knowing that we've already at least balanced the attack and the aggression a tiny bit, I think we've already done pretty good for ourselves. So from here, I think it's not a problem to me to just hit Q to finish the battle in quick combat. And that's actually going to be 12 goblins. I was being very careful. How did we go from... Never mind. We're going to pretend like that didn't happen. But regardless, no matter how many goblins we lose, I mean, goblins are not that big of a deal. Picking up 4 wyverns for that is excellent. I'm going to call these wyverns and not wyverns, by the way. I think it's one of those cases where people are going to say, oh, it's this or it's that. I don't really care. Whichever one you decide is best, go for that. Knock yourself out, kid. Gonna pick up the Fountain of Youth one more time, and I will pick it up one more time even after this, but that's gonna give me the movement points and the additional attack and the additional morale for this fight, and we'll see about maybe fighting those Naga. No guarantees at this time. I do want to focus on these creatures here. I don't think I can actually do anything special to avoid losses here. I really don't. So why am I doing this extra fight, this extra damage, this extra work here? I don't want to say it's worthless. It's really never worthless, but probably not going to help us out the most. All of our goblins are going to get to go. That Ring of the Wayfarer is already massive. I'm just going to defend here. I'll probably send this stack up here to deal with these guys, and then I'm just going to stick this one goblin here to prevent full damage. Even the goblin is taking a hit, taking a beating. Okay, and from here I'm just going to hit Q. Okay, so 3 goblins, making up for that terrible choice I'd done before. So that's 6 sulfur, 3,000 gold. And because we already got the Fountain of Youth once, we can get it again. I'll read it on this upcoming time, but I'm a little bit sad about that because I was really hoping I could get a turn where I got 3 times the movement points. That would have been pretty slick. Pretty slick indeed. Nothing hits the spot quite like my famous baked Erathian eel. No? Well, how about some Pegasus pot pie? Between Isra or Zubin, I think that there's no question. I think I'd prefer Zubin. He's who we're definitely going to take at this time. And just so we're clear on this, it looks like we're going to look out for Broghild. He's going to be the main champion for Tan. They've got more towns, more heroes than us. I don't know how many more towns they have than us. That's definitely going to be something that we need to look out for. So Zubin, I think, can actually bring out some of these other troops for us. We don't have much, but even 15 extra goblins might help, and his very first job is going to be to go and pick up these goblins over here. Will they pick up the ore? Sure, why not? That's an extra 7 ore anyway. I hope I don't regret that later. If I do regret that later, then we're just going to have a super cut, and I'm just going to go back to that, and everybody's going to be sad with me. Yes, be sad with me. The Fountain of Youth. You drink from the fountain's waters and feel young again. Sensing your renewed vigor, your army's morale improves, allowing you to cover additional ground as you head for your next battle. So extra movement and extra morale. Very excellent. Let's see. City Hall, we're still about 2,300 gold away from. The chances of us picking up that much gold is actually pretty low. I'm wondering then, did I make a very poor decision by focusing on trying to get to gold this turn? Is it going to be better for me to try and pick up a wolf pen and the orc tower? I think for sure you're going to want the orc pen. I think that that's just a given because you've got, what, 1 or 2 of these other wolf pens. So I think it's just going to make way too much sense to pick up the wolf raiders in just 1 second. Can I find out, actually, if I just step on this Naga bank here? Pack of Nagas and a few Naga queens. That's way too many. That's way too many. Because that's going to equal anywhere between, let's just call it 300 in each stack. Let's just say it's 1,500 to 2,000 hit points of damage we need to chew through. There's no way. Even with all of our attack skill, it's just not happening. We're probably going to hit this on day 1 of week 2 if we can get things all sorted out. This pack of basilisks, though, they have no chance against us. 1 goblin, we're going to accept that. We're going to pick up this gem pond because we're right here. And I'm actually going to leave the gems for now. I don't think I need to even spend the time to go and get them. I think you definitely need to get this, all of this, before the end of the week. So any of these fights are going to be just fine. We're going to let the serpent flies run, mostly because I'm not too worried about the cost. They're good for experience, and that's about it. So, okay, I have a pretty big choice here. I've got a couple wolves here. Orcs, wolves, and wolves. That's going to be about 1,500 gold to pick up all these wolves in week 1. Is it better to focus on your long-term gold generation and get this as soon as possible? Or is it better to forego all these creatures in week 1? If I get all these creatures in week 1, I think that maybe I can get the Naga bank. It depends on how fast Zubin can get down to me. Zubin can get here in 2 days. Yeah, I think that with that being said, I'm going to pick up the troops, and that includes the wolves and the orcs, and then these orcs or these wolves as well. And it's going to put me behind on the 8 ball as far as getting long-term gold, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Let's pick up the water wheel. And there's another treasure chest down here. Might be useful, might not be. Can I walk through here? I can, and my pathfinding is going to be pretty useful here. So, I don't hate this decision. I really don't. Picking up more troops can it really be bad? Yes, it can be. But we've already talked about and weighed kind of the pros and cons as far as what will be best for us. And with that being said, is there any chance we're going to get to the City Hall this week? No, I think that that means you take the Orc Tower. So you're going to have that and... oh no. How much was the Orc Tower? Oh no. Did I have the choice between the Orc Tower and the Wolf Pin, and I chose the Orc Tower, and now I'm not going to get the Wolves? Ouch. That was a major mistake. Good to know. We do see our enemy over here, by the way. I see him, you see him, we all see him. That's a little bit scary. I wish I'd been right-clicking on them just to see, but it looked like it was a Necromancer, and I don't think that our enemies are actually Necromancers. I think that was just a spare hero that they have. Somebody just running around for us. I need the Orb of Inhibition, and if you give it to me, I will give you the Sword of Hellfire. I know you will need the sword in order to open the quest gate that guards the subterranean gate. Okay, so we need to get the Orb of Inhibition. Otherwise, it sounds like we're not going to be able to advance in this scenario. I'd love to pick up all this, of course, but it's going to be a little bit of a wait. Zubin, thankfully, is going to be able to make it to these Wolf Riders. And then we are just going to be short on the wood. There's nothing I can do about that. And that feels so bad. I think I'd much rather... well, would you rather have the Orcs or would you rather have the Wolves? Tough to say. Tough to say. I think that we're going to be happy with the shooters. We're going to have plenty of wolves from these wolf pins. That would just making our strongest stack stronger. This is going to help us diversify, and that's going to potentially cover up some weaknesses. This may be a cope, but then again, it may be the very best thing for us. That's what we're going to try and do anyway. So, one more time, picking up wolves here. And I'm going to move all these creatures over minus the one goblin. I don't think we can reach anything else here. We cannot. And I'm not going to spend the time to wait these additional troops. I think that we can actually defeat these Nagas with what we have. 42 wolves, 55 goblins, and then the 4 wyverns. I think we can do this with some clever goblining. 6 speed, 7 speed. For that reason, I'm actually going to split off 2 stacks of the wolves and 1 goblin. I'm going to put the orcs in the very middle. It's kind of the middle anyway. And we're going to fight this fight. I do expect some losses, but the gold generation is going to be pretty important because we're not that far away. We are not that far away from getting our City Hall. So, good decision, bad decision. It's the decision I'm making. 16 goblins, not too bad. And that is going to be about 1,1600 hit points that we got to chew through. Let's just see if we can do any better. Let's focus on the bigger, badder creatures here. Especially so that way they can't really reach our orcs. 2 of the Naga goes down. Did they just skip their turn? What? That was weird. Okay. And then we'll make sure that the rest of our troops can maybe pull back since we're going to be so fast. Because these Nagas, as you can see, they're not that fast. They're not going to be able to cover that much ground on the adventure map. So everybody else is going to pull back, including the wolves, including the goblins. And this is a general strategy that you see a lot of Heroes Might and Magic players use, and it's the right strategy. It's the correct way of playing, I'd say, because there's 2 stacks of creatures on the left-hand side, and there's 3 stacks of creatures on the right. So if you could focus on the creatures on the left, if you can make sure you put your orcs on this furthest section over here, your shooters or people that you don't want to have get damaged, then they're going to be just fine as they stay safe and still do damage. So that's the plan anyway. I want these goblins to actually kill these Naga. Thankfully, nobody can reach the orcs anyway. I think that with 1 hit point left, we're just going to sit here with these wolf raiders. We're going to wait. And we can attack in this direction. And so then we just have to hope that the wyverns can take all this damage from us. I think that they can. Even the orcs can take a hit. I'm not worried about it. I'm so not worried about it that we're just going to finish this up. It looks like it's going to be 1 wolf rider instead of these other troops that we lost. But that's 6,000 gold, 12 gems. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. And in just a second, we're going to get the orc pen, the wolf pen here. We're going to get a lot of opportunities very, very quickly. And I don't think that we're going to hang around. I think that Yogg's got things to do, places to be. And so we're going to let Zubin do the job of picking up all these other troops, adventure map objects, etc. And then continue to build our town. And I think that we are ready to push into the enemy. This is actually going to be pretty interesting. I don't know how strong these enemies are. And that's, of course, very concerning. Even this extra 7 might be useful here, these 7 orcs. And for that reason, I'm going to trade for them. It's going to take me a little bit longer to get everybody back over here, but we're going to do that. Keep our troops safe. And now I do think I want the single stacks of the goblins because the tactics are going to be pretty useful. I am going to assume that I'm super tough. I'm going to defeat these dragonflies? No. A group of dragonflies with the desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? I certainly do. That's a big pickup because they're so fast. They're so crafty. I love the idea of having 2 stacks of the dragonflies. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to have 1 single stack of goblins to try and take some heat, and then 1 single stack of the dragonflies. I think that we're going to be able to defeat this hero, depending on who it is. Alkin, he's got lots of lizard warriors. He's got a horde of the gnolls. He's got a pack of the basilisks, pack of the goblins, lots of dragonflies. I have serpent flies. He has dragonflies. He has several wyverns. He's got lots of gnoll marauders. And this is not their primary hero, if I recall. It was not Alkin. It was... Well, it is Alkin now. This is their toughest hero. So if we can defeat him at this time with these troops that we've been able to accrue early on, I think that we're going to be in the best possible position. Getting this warrior's tomb sounds like a good idea because you might be able to get a nice artifact, but the negative morale penalty is not going to be worth it. It will not be worth it. So we will pick that up on the way back. And we've got to fight this fight. Yeah, and even if we lose all these serpent flies, this is a massive win for us. Those were free troops. Let's see if we can do even better. This is our tactics phase. I don't think that our 14 orcs are going to stack up against their 22 lizard men, and the rest of these troops are going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Might as well consider just having the wolf raiders. Wolf raiders in the forward position. Goblins. Goblins need to go pretty far forward, I think. Just smack the wyverns for me, the wyverns, as you go by. And actually, if I move them right there, then we can't get attacked in that way. And then I think if I can just prevent these 2 hex wyverns from getting anywhere close to these orcs, I'll be feeling pretty good about myself. Here, the serpent flies can go anywhere on the map. Here, that's also the case. And then here. 67 gnolls. This is a 12 attack, 9 defense, 9 power, 10 knowledge hero, by the way, who still has 77 spell points. We're going to pick up the prayer, but my word, this is not going to be a fun fight. Thankfully, we're definitely going to be able to get into these enemies immediately. I think that with the prayer, we actually should have +2 speed. Our goblins can get the first hit on the gnolls. Our wolf riders can take the first hit on these lizard men. And so then what do I do with the rest of my troops? 12 basilisks, 6 wyverns. What to do? I think that actually I'm going to have my wyverns up here. And then we can still respond wherever we want to. I think this is going to be the best thing for us. So yeah, that's going to pick us up. Yeah, more than 2 speed. I thought it was going to be at least... Or I thought it was going to be 2 speed. It's better than that. Way better than that. I can always just leave the 1 dragonfly here to stop the aggression from their lizard men. All of my troops get to go before theirs, with the exception of these serpent flies, at which point there's going to be a nice spell coming out, I'm sure. And so this 1 serpent fly, I think, definitely wants to wait. Maybe these 13 do want to bear the brunt of the attack from these lizard men and everybody else. "47 wolf raiders on the gnolls or the basilisks. Either way, we're going to do a ton of damage. And what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to look into the future and determine how this fight should go right now. I mean, I'm like a chess player looking 2, 3, 4 moves into the future, trying to see that if I do this, then what else will I do? And this is all guaranteed. There's no chance of bad morale or anything like that. And so just being smart now, it may be a slow developing type of strategy watching this, when really, I mean, I think I'm going to overwhelm his forces, but I'm really doing this to mitigate losses because I don't want there to be any problems with the losses. Knowing that the serpent flies are probably not going to attack the 1 single dragonfly, if I sit right here, I don't think that the basilisks are going to be able to reach all the way around me. with their 6 speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They could, but if I sit right here, I think that'll be best for me. That'll help zone them out of the fight. Wolves can attack the gnolls. 13 serpent flies can attack their lizard men. I think that's how we're going to do this. So let's do that. Let's do that. I do think that that's my best play. So many lizard men go down. I'm going to wait on the wyverns. Definitely going to destroy as many of these gnolls as I possibly can. It's going to be 300 to 600 damage. That'll kill all of them. Let's do that. Lightning bolt. 54 goblins go down. That's 275. 275 points of damage from the lightning bolt. Knowing that we have a lightning bolt that we're going to have to contend with, that's actually a pretty big deal. Let's get this one goblin into the fight. I talked about maybe keeping him back for the orcs. I don't think that's going to be necessary at this time anymore. Single stacks of creatures. If I can kill one whole stack of creatures, that'd be great. Even though I'm not going to kill one whole stack of these gnoll marauders, I'm going to still attack them because they can do some damage to the rest of these troops here. The basilisks do attack the single stack. The gnolls attack the single stack. Wyverns are still going to get to go. I'm going to put strength on strength. I'm going to try to kill as many of these troops as possible. Their serpent flies do dispel beneficial spells, and so I'm not going to want to take their retaliation at this time. 6 wyverns go down to 4. We still got the weakness there. Where else should I apply weakness? I should probably still stick on these lizard men. And I'll apply weakness to these wyverns. 8 down to 7. And their biggest, scariest stack. Let's put strength on strength yet again, and let's go for about 180 to 200 damage on these basilisks. It's going to kill most of them. 12, well, I guess not most of them. Oof. Bad calculation. Bad calculation. That went from 12 down to 7. I must have gotten the low end of damage there a little bit. And then I think that these serpent flies are actually going to be pretty annoying. That's going to be 180, call it 360 points, hit points here. So even if I do nearly max damage, that's not going to be a waste of my damage. I do kill all of them, which is tremendous. How much did that end up being? That ended up being 400. So I was actually pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. I think I'm going to try and kill again their high attack skill creature there. Wow, did not see that coming. This guy is a monster with spells. Oh my gosh. I should have accepted the losses that the AI said I would take. I did not anticipate creatures. I did not anticipate that. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. We are in serious trouble, folks. My word. My word. Oh my goodness, you are kidding me. We're going to lose this fight. I can't stop it at this point. He's doing 270 points of damage every single time. That's crazy. Okay, so we broke that. We've got to kill 15 and here. Lizardmen are going to go first. Let's use our retaliation on them. And he runs. My goodness. Ouch. Massive losses. And even though he loses a ton of troops, I think that was his week 1 scouting force. I think that he's going to have however many castles to recoup his forces and to move forward. And me, I don't know what else I have. My word, that one meteor shower took out so many wolves and so many of the dragonflies, the serpent flies. That was a bad time to pick up the stone skin, the petrify on my wyverns. And he gets to run. Ouch. Ouch. Big losses there. I don't like any single part of that. That is not my idea of a good time. And Yogg has to back off. There's no goblins, of course, to pick up here. We're going to pick up the Emblem of Cognizance. Great. That's the best reason to lose your morale. My word. And then we're going to escape. Zubin's got to head out immediately. I need to know what the enemy has. I need to know where they are, who's coming after me, and what I can do about it. I never thought that wood would be a terrible deal here for me, but it is. The Ring of the Wayfarer, I think, is a huge mistake. I think I would have absolutely preferred to have the additional 15 wood. Because you got to get the wolf pin to get the cliff nest. If I had realized that, I never would pick up the orc tower. And I just wasn't even thinking about it. This early in the game, resource silo actually seems like a pretty good pickup. Because what else am I going to spend the gold on? I ask you. Yeah, I'm going to get the resource silo. I can't believe I'm getting the resource silo. So, Zuman's going to head out. for the reasons we already talked about. This gold mine could be pretty big, and maybe if I can scout and if I can find some enemies that are very important for me to take out, that could be a pretty big deal for me. We have seen this castle now of Marsh Wallow that Stig is not too far away from. I don't think that I can defend this with just what I have here. If there are any troops in here at all, then we can potentially take it and hold it. But if Stig, being a witch, has any amount of spells like Alkin just did, then we are having a really bad time. Really bad time. I tell you what though, 4 wyverns. Our next fight's going to be terrible morale anyway, isn't it? I'm going to give this a shot. I'm going to give this a shot. If there's any troops here at all, there's not. We still have one bit of troops we can pick up here. And it's going to be Clancy because he's just got more hit points worth of creatures. Even though I don't love these creatures, I've got the Angelic Alliance. Any troops are going to be useful. Never ignore a subterranean gate lest you allow an enemy to approach unseen. I certainly agree. Okay, and we're going to probably actually keep the dwarves, let the 6-speed creature with Clancy go. And Clancy's going to head south, whereas Zubin's going to die as he tried to go north. Clancy's going to go south, and more important than this windmill is just staying on the road and seeing what we can find. That's actually a big fountain of youth because we're able to continue forward with our scouting. Clancy's going to be more useful for us. I've already read this before, but I will read it again because I feel like it. You drink from the fountain's waters and feel young again, sensing your renewed vigor. Your army's morale improves, allowing you to cover additional ground as you head for the next battle. I love that you don't actually get to let your troops drink. They just see you drink the water and they're like, oh my gosh, this guy's awesome. I definitely feel like walking further today. Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo. Swan Pond. Several HYDRAS for the Boots of Speed. There's another Naga bank. There's a lot of things going on here. There's a lot of things going on here. I don't have any resources, so I can't pick up any building here. That's pretty bad. Yogg has given up magic in all of its forms. His knowledge of battle and tactics will have to be enough to get him through the rest of his life. Yep. Again, Stig. I think that we're going to want to split the dwarves because they have a chance at magic resistance. I think we're going to want to split the wyverns and keep the wood elves in one stack. And I just really want to hold on to this. We will see how well I can do. And then we're still going to focus on trying to get more goods in the back through our stronghold forces. We will see how it goes. Okay, and I do want to just see what Loinus has. Looks like he's got 1 attack, 0 defense, 2 power, 2 knowledge. Very nice, by the way, that we are not seeing Alkin nearby. I'm hoping that he got rehired in a castle far, far away from me. I need some time to just kind of recoup my losses, to gather my forces and press on. These are not troops I really need to worry about too much, and we don't have any spells, and so we're just going to run. And then let's see. I know we're going to lose Zubin, for sure. Now let's see about Stig. Okay, so it's going to be 7. It's going to be 6 wyverns. It's going to be 7 of the Gorgons. And then just a fistful of these lizard men. That's actually not too scary. That's not too bad. We do have the magic arrow. We're going to cost them 1 lizard or 3 of the gnolls. Let's kill 3 gnolls. Wait, did you just cast protection from something? You did. Yeah, but this is air, and that's water. So I should still kill 3? Is that how that works? 24 down to 22. That's not how it works. For some reason, the protection from water pretends like it's a different spell. Even though I'm specifically using the air version of the magic arrow, it's going to pretend like the water magic spell will still be fine. Okay, so we do hold on to this castle, and what to do here? Maybe we head south and go straight for Loinus, because I think we can beat him with what we have, and we'll just kind of see from there. Journal entry 13. All but 1 of my scouts have returned to report that they've been unable to locate Alindora. Hopefully the last scout is delayed because he's having better luck, or he's dead. Can we pick up a shipyard here? No shipyard here. Oh, I forget that that's Heroes 2. You can't do that in Heroes 3. Yeah, never mind. Occasionally I go back and forth. I go back and forth enough that sometimes I just forget Do we invest in getting this city hall? Tough to say. I don't think that we're going to invest in the Gorgon layer. I'd love to get the wyverns, though. We're still short on the wood. I can hope that this enemy who went up this direction, I can hope that he's too far away from Marsh Wallow. I think I definitely want to go for the enemy that I can defeat, and then maybe I buy another hero and I send them up north. I think that scouting is going to be so important so you know whether to be aggressive or not. We can definitely defeat the dragonflies. It'll be tough, but doable. We do have the bad morale. Should we attack dragonflies with bad morale or this army? I think I'm less worried about this army than anything. Fountain of Youth. I could probably even get that and go back. And then I got at least +1 morale. Without a morale penalty. That doesn't mean you don't have bad morale. Let's pick this up. Because of the cobblestone road, that little bit of movement's going to be enough to at least make sure that we can fight this fight. And we'll go from there. Okay, glorious victory. And the enemy does not run. We just defeat them handily. That's terrific. The advanced pathfinding for the swamp, I think, is going to be pretty useful. The expert estates, that's an extra 250 gold per day. I think that the estates is going to be even better. I think that this current map is going to be all about speed. All about speed. And with that being said, and knowing that there's wood right here, and we've been lamenting wood, I think this is going to be pretty useful for us. I do want to hold on to this castle. 6 wolves. Excuse me, 12 wolves. Is it worth the gold cost to just send a hero north? What else would I purchase over here? 1,000 gold there, 3,500 gold for the wyverns. It's day 4. You're going to want 1,000, 3,500 gold here, 3,500 gold there. You're going to want 7,000 gold before the end of the week. Next turn, you could still get these dragonflies. I think that it's worth it to send the hero because you're going to need some scouts. You absolutely want to have the scouts. The worst thing in the world is if you don't have forewarning that the enemy is coming your way. These troops are not going to hold up to any army that wants to fight us. But at least it's potentially a deterrent. I know that there's an enemy up this direction somewhere. Do I try and save my hero and go east instead of northwest? I think so. We know that there's death over here. There might be death over here. We're not going to know until we're all the way up here. Okay, so there is death here, and here's actually Alkin. So this is a big, important moment because this helps us know what we need to do, where we need to go. Free gold mine, free ore pit. I'm guessing that that means that there's a castle at the end of this road. Looks like castle. These have been, connected by this road. And in that same way, I think that we can plan on that road connecting to a castle up this way and this way. I'm hoping that Alkin burns a little bit of his movement points going back, and I hope that the enemy that went up this way is going to be a little bit too far away from Marsh Wallow, because one more day should be enough. Pick up the wood necessary to get those wyverns. Okay, let's see where this goes. Oh, you stole my wood from me, you dirty fiend. Alkin is still fairly tough. He does pick up the gold mine. Oh, Tazar. One of my favorite heroes in all of Heroes of Might and Magic, by the way. Tazar is so good with his armor bonus, given that all the troops for the... What are you, Fortress? The Fortress troops are already so tough. And then you add that on top of it. Real super sweet. Because we just picked up the Advanced Pathfinding, I think that we haven't seen anybody up this way. I think that we step here, pick up the morale, pick up the movement, pick up the gold mine. We'll come back, pick up the fountain one more time. Because again, we don't have a lot of penalty over the swamp. And now in 2 turns twice in 1 turn, we've used the bonus here. We'll pick up Zai, and we don't get the free wood, but I think that we can still take the sawmill this turn. I think that we have to defeat him here though. We do. 700 experience. And then we're going to be a little bit too far away from these gnolls. But as we've already mentioned, we now have the wyverns. And I'm very well aware that this border town, this might be a terrible decision. Why is that? Well, number one, you can't buy both wyverns. I didn't realize that until just now. But more than that, this might be gold that you're spending for the enemy so so that now they can be tougher and stronger than you are. I don't know how likely it is I'm going to hold this castle, but the truth is that if I'm going to win this scenario, I've got to take this castle at some point. I might as well start right now. It's day 5. It's going to take 2 days, 1 day here, 1 day here. And Alkin and Tazar are coming. The Null Marauders want to run. I'm not going to let them. I think that I can do this with no losses now. +2 wood. And then I get the fountain here for additional movement. Huzzah. He's got HYDRAS. There are HYDRAS up this road. Guaranteed. Guaranteed there are HYDRAS up that road. We've got 4,900 gold. I think that we get our wolves like we talked about here. What are we short now? We really needed Zai to not take that wood from us, huh? Ouch. Ouch. I would much rather have had 15 wood over this Ring of the Wayfarer. Because we're already going to be fairly fast anyway. Golly. Oh, it was a mistake to keep the dwarves with us, by the way. I just realized that was a mistake. Naga Bank with these troops. Last time we had a stack of 40 wolves and 50 goblins. We definitely don't have that now. I don't think that that's wise at all. Now maybe this cobblestone, maybe we can get to the point where we can run really, really fast and we can run right by Alkin. And given that it's day 6 right now, maybe depending on where there's a castle up here, maybe we can backdoor him and take his HYDRAS. That would be the absolute best move on our part. And it's risky, but literally everything we've done in this scenario so far has been risky, right? Like, we are playing with reckless abandon, and I don't feel too bad for it. Citadel, I really do want the Citadel. I think I better get that now. And then I actually think that more than getting this one additional wyvern right here, I think I need to trade a little bit of this resources. Oops, not for gold. Oh yeah, for gold. Because I think I want one more hero. One more hero. Shakti, I wish that you had all of your troglodytes. I would welcome them. Basic pathfinding on Clancy, by the way. I think we're going to pick up that. Yeah, we're going to let Clancy go up this western route. Wow, more gold. If you can take it. Oh, subterranean gate. That is probably the subterranean gate that we're going to need to take. We saw an enemy kind of going through here. I wonder, Clancy might go off-roading and actually help us out a lot here. It depends. It depends on what Alkin can or can't do. It'd be really nice. Well, we're not gonna make it by day 1. We're not gonna make it to day 1 before we have to fight Alkin. I was wondering if maybe we could get reinforcements from Marshwallow. Not gonna happen. Our gold right now is 4,200 gold per day. That's excellent. I think that with this road, though, I think that he's going to be able to at least reach here. And my hope is that now that I've just dismissed those dwarves and our slowest creatures are our speed 7, that maybe we can outspeed Alkin. I don't remember how fast lizard warriors are. I think that they're like a 5 speed. Maybe we'll be just fast enough. He can go this way and we can go right by him. Just like Top Gun. I'll hit the brakes and he'll fly right by. Let's see it. Okay, so there is an enemy there. Tazar backed off. Okay. This is fairly expected, even though, again, we don't want to lose that one wyvern. Let's just take a look here. 21 down to 19. He's got 100 spell points. He cast the Inferno. My word. We're going to save all these troops. We're going to wait here. Oh, gosh. We can't even escape. I was hoping I can move at least one of these Wolf Riders down here so I could get one more turn of combat. It's not going to happen. We might as well just attack. Not going to happen. And then these Lizardmen are going to go... Let's just wait, because the Lizardmen will go. Thankfully, they don't get good morale. Thankfully, the Ballista goes, and then I do get 7 more Nulls out of that. Not great, but we're squeezing blood out of a stone. Now, does he come to fight us? He does. I think that that's the smart move on his part. he moved from like right here to here, I think we can blow right by him. I don't think he's going to be able to catch us. Ring of the Wayfarer. All my units are faster than they otherwise would be. 7 speed. 4 or 5 speed for those lizards. Yeah, I think that we go and we play risky. I could stop at this Fountain of Youth. I don't think it's worth it. We're getting so much movement points just going by road. And whatever defenses they have here, we have to be able to beat them. But we saw Tazar back there. I don't think that he can catch us this way, and I don't think that Tazar can stop us, but we have to be able to reach some castle that's up here. And I'm assuming that it's got HYDRAS, and I'm assuming that that's going to be the win for us, and that's going to be so much a bad idea. I feel like every single wrestler from WWE ever that's like, kids, don't do this at home. That's what I feel like right now. This is not the way I would recommend it. I'm wondering at this point. I think that we definitely want to pick up the 1 wood so we can get the wolves. For sure. Like that's a for sure. But I'm wondering how much we invest in this stronghold castle at this point. And here's why I'm saying that. We've got 1 fortress castle here. We know there's probably at least 1 more up here. Maybe we want to invest in fortress troops where we can. Maybe that's the very best thing for us. And maybe the very best thing for us is Alkin does not reach us here. He does not. Wonderful. He doesn't even pursue us. So we're going to go up this road. Oh, you're kidding me. No. Hold on. How did you do that? That is a magic trick. You picked up HYDRAS here. And you still got HYDRAS here. How did you do that? How did you buy out all of your forces and you still have forces here on day 1? I can't win this fight. I cannot win this fight, folks. It can't be done. And so now the problem is that I put all my eggs into 1 basket. Yeah, he had no troops. He had no troops, and now he does. And so even if I attempt to run, I'm going to have to run into Marsh Wallow in a second. He's going to have too many troops there, too many troops here, however many castles. I think that this is a map that I've already messed up, and so I'm planning on playing this again. And so for that reason, I think that we are going to have Yogg fight here, just in case I can do something nifty. Basilisks, do I have the movement points? Which is better? +1 or basilisks? There's no guarantee actually with my 1780 movement points I can get the basilisks and get back. We're gonna take the +1 on the luck and we're gonna fight this fight anyway. Darn it, we're gonna fight this fight anyway. There's no chance. It's not happening. Not happening. Okay. And it is Tazar, but I've got to know. Yeah, 2 HYDRAS? Did Alkin have only 1 HYDRA? I think he must have had only 1 HYDRA. Because I was expecting that they didn't have 2 weeks worth of growth of HYDRAS. I expected that they picked up the HYDRAS in week 2. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe that's just a miscalculation on my part. That could be. That could be just a miscalculation on my part. Huh. Pretty big miscalculation. Now, they don't have a left turret, right turret, but they've got, 350 hit points here of HYDRAS. 17, okay. Tazar's got the 2 attack and the 4 defense. I've got no spells to help me out with. I just don't have the damage. I do not have the damage. The ballistics is nice. Yeah, as soon as you're casting ice bolts at me, I've just got no chance. Gonna lose the prayer right here and take the weakness. We're gonna wait here, let the centaurs get in the fight. Down a few centaurs, down some more centaurs. Yeah, this isn't looking good. That's nice, though. How much damage is that main turret doing? 60. 60 damage. I would really have to get it, like, right now. For there even to be a possibility. This is a lost fight. I already know that. I shouldn't talk like, oh, maybe if. No. It's lost no matter what. Hydras, Gorgons. Let's kill the gnolls, and then I'm hoping that these troops just wait one turn. That's my hope anyway. That wyvern actually only had 2 hit points left anyway. Move everybody in. Did that kill one more wyvern? No, we got 7 hit points left there. Just hit the main turret. Okay. How many shots do I have here? I've got 22 shots. Maybe I should have been focusing on these lizardmen this whole time. Down to 6. And there's no... He's got no more spells. Tell you what, we're going to back off. We're going to back off, and I'm just going to out-ranged damage you because your lizardmen are not doing that much. And then I should get some additional shots with my wood elves. And he actually agrees, and I do think that that's the smart decision there. I really do. We're going to wait on these elves just to see what he does. How far can these Gorgons go? Not very far. So we'll pull back all the rest of these troops. I hope that the Hydras stay. They do. 6 hit points left. Probably do want to attack with the Wyverns in just 1 second. We can do 56 to 84 damage. We shall. And we're not going to take that much damage back. Yeah, we're taking 12 damage there on the back end. That's not that bad. That's really not that bad. Wait, did I just skip on my Wyverns? Whatever, it's fine. One more Gorgon goes down. One more Gorgon goes down. Are we going to take 6 points of damage here from these lizard men? No, we're not. We're going to wait. Here come the Hydras. I'm just going to make sure we can do this. We still have so many shots. And we're going to be faster. I mean, the prayer is going to stick around for 5 more turns. Gotta pump damage into these Hydras. I'm going to wait on the stack of 9. I'm going to get the damage off with the 5. I don't think I'm going to lose all 5. We don't. If I fly over the battlements, I think that the Hydras are going to peel off to pick up the Wyverns. Let them deal damage there. 2 hit points left here. I think I can kill all of them. I think I should. I do. And then with these 9 here on this last turn, Hydras have already retaliated. Let's do one more attack. And then let's back everybody off. Again, we're going to be faster. 71 hit points. 38 hit points. 170. Backing off. And then, can you reach me? You can. I got to go somewhere where you can't reach me. Talk to me about the morale. He's got good morale. If he gets good morale here, I'm going to be so pissed. There's no other way of putting it. We're going to stick the Wyverns right here. Because I can't, if he gets good morale, I can't deal with him hitting all my troops at once. Okay. That first aid tent is healing 5 points of damage. We need tons of damage here. So there was most of it. Folks, we're going to win this damn fight. We're going to win this fight. We are going to win this fight. We're going to take the retaliation right here. 1 centaur goes down, 59 hit points left, and it's right here. Get out of my face! Get out of my face. And all it cost us was 13 centaurs and 2 wyverns? Are you kidding me? Okay, just so we're clear. 42 attack, 34 defense, 25 power, 23 knowledge, 2 attack, 4 defense, 1 power, 1 knowledge. Like, we've always had the overwhelming force. I just didn't think that we would be able to burn through all of the Hydras. We really picked off stack after stack after stack after stack. Tell you what, put that in my list of top 5 fights that Phixfox has ever fought. I need to make a ranking at some point, and I know which fights they are. I remember the fights and be like, whoa, that was a fight. This is definitely in my top 5. Definitely in my top 5. And what were the stakes? Here's what the stakes are. we now have HYDRAS, albeit only one at a time. But we have troops that we can actually use to push right back into Marshwall. Absolutely. We might even pick up another hero after we buy all these creatures here. We might pick up another hero at the stronghold, and so maybe we resupply and we try and do some support and make the best possible army we can. Because, oh, and we picked up their capital. So good. So good. Picked up their capital. Yeah, this feels pretty okay. And so then the troops that we have, just so you're aware, it's 1 week's worth of growth. I'm thinking about upgrading the Gorgons. I'm thinking about upgrading... Probably the Gorgons is going to be the very best thing I can do. And it's going to be a fairly low cost. So let me actually look at this. Definitely don't want to upgrade the Lizardmen right now and the Basilisks because we only have 5 wood, of course. Wyverns are going to be too far away. So it's going to be the Gorgons. Let's see what it costs to get all this today. And so HYDRAS for sure we're going to get. Lizardmen for sure we're going to get. There's enough troops here. I think that these Centaurs and Wood Elves are going to be useful. Is it worth it to spend the gold to get a 7th level creature killer? No, because I don't think that the Gorgons, I don't think 4 Gorgons is enough to use their Death Stare ability if they're Mighty Gorgons on whatever HYDRAS the enemy has. I think it's better just to have troops. Right now, I think it's better just to have troops. That could be all in Serpent Flies. That could be a mix. I think that you definitely want the Wyverns. I think you want a couple of the Serpent Flies. Call it 2. So we got 2 shooters, we got a couple of these other creatures, and then just fill out your army with whatever's left. We're going to leave the Gnolls, is what we're going to do. Okay. Okay. And then again, maybe we have a chance to do some resupplies later. I am anticipating that this Dragonfly Hive is not going to be available for us, but we're going to try it? No, surely they've cleared it out. Surely they have. There's no way they haven't. Do I need to pick up any of these? Goldmine, yes. Basilisks, yes. Those are just kind of musts. It's just too good for us. And then Stig is going to take out Clancy. That's okay. We have to make sure that Alkin doesn't escape and that they don't resupply together. If they do, we're in big trouble. We can reach pretty darn far. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. What a turn. What a turn. Once again, Stig's got, what, nothing? Yeah, nothing much. Nothing too much. Once again, for the second time, I wish that Clancy had spells and he just doesn't. So, peace. Another enemy hero there, and Alkin is waiting. Alkin is waiting. We got 7,300 gold. I think that it's time to get another hero up here, actually. Now it actually makes enough sense to pick up one hero that can help me resupply and get the Mighty Gorgons. Now I think it makes sense. What would it cost to just buy everybody? 7,200 minus the cost of a hero for the resupply. We got 24 gems. I think we're going to spend all that now. We're going to pick up one more hero, not Clancy. A basic scouting for Piquiderm could be useful. It will actually be Clancy because of the basic pathfinding. Basic pathfinding is a pretty big deal. I really value that. And then should we get the Mighty Gorgons? I think so. I think so. We're going to pick up the Mighty Gorgons now. And it's going to be all 4 of them. And then as many of these Serpent Flies as possible. 50 gold left. Nothing doing there. Basilisks are going to be the first creature out. Yogg is stepping on this gold mine. And then we're going to have him go to here because I know Clancy can reach. We can reach here and then to here. And it's not going to be the Basilisks that make it into the army. We're going to combine the Wyverns so we got the room. And then the Serpent Flies go into one big stack. And remember, Yogg does have ballistics. He's got the expert ballistics. We saw how useful that was in that fight. Marshwallow, there are some serious troops here, but they've lost their capital. We're going to assume that they are in terrible, terrible disarray. We will assume. And no gold left. I think that we soldier on. I think that we do pick up the Fountain of Youth with a +1 to our morale, not to mention the additional movement points. Call that a net 0 on our way out. And I think we defeat Alkin. We go for gold mine here. We still have this gold mine there. We are doing so good on the gold. The only thing that I wish was different right now is I wish I had another hero here to set off so I could just pick up troops and resupply one more time. That's not going to be where we win this fight. It's not going to be where we win this fight. And with our 1 Hydra and our 4 Mighty Gorgons, our 13 Dragonflies, 13 Lizardmen, 5 Wyverns, 8 Centaurs, and 6 Wood Elves, the battle-tested Elves and Centaurs, we are planning on fighting Marshwallow today. Probably actually picking up the Gnolls. They never actually picked up these Gnolls, did they? Bam, bam, bam. Trade that for the Centaurs. That's what we're going to do. It's going to be great. Just watch. Okay. So, how many Gnolls is it going to be? It'll be more than the Centaurs, right? I'm going to assume that with 2 Gnoll huts, that there's going to be more Gnolls here. We just picked up 12. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because it was a new week. Yeah. Once again, a holdover from Heroes 2. And so 24 Gnolls is definitely better than the Centaurs. Let's let Clancy do just a little bit of scouting for me because I'm scared. And whenever I get scared, you can always tell when Phixfox is not sure about an upcoming fight. And that's because Phixfox then starts to do other things. Things that don't really matter. Things that are kind of useless. Here we are. Castle. We're going to win this upcoming fight, and we're going to get the castle so that next week we get an additional Hydra. I think that we must. Is this the smart fight? It is not. And here's what I mean. We're going to be picking up 3 Hydras in 5 days. The enemy has pulled up in this place. They are not coming out of here. There's no resupply that's going to save them. I think that we need to wait so that we mitigate losses. We pick up gold, we get more heroes, and we get ready to rock and roll at the very beginning of next week. I think that that just makes too much sense. I know that I just built that up like it was going to be a crazy fight, and it's a good fight, and it's not a bad plan. Blood is thicker than water. But this is a time to slow it down, be smart. Sometimes you realize that you're riding a little too high. Never get too high, never get too low. We're riding just a little. Our engine is running a little hot right now. We need to slow it down. We need to be a little bit calmer. Okay, and this is actually better. So Alkin has decided that he wants to fight us now, and this is thrilling for us. Why is that? Well, dude, now I don't have to fight you in your castle. Now I don't have to fight you in your castle, and that is just fine for me. So it looks like we're going to avoid major losses. How that is, I'm not too sure. But we're going to fight this fight ourselves. And I think that we need to plan on completely enveloping the enemy. The longer the fight goes, the better it's going to be for him because of all these spell points. We've already seen that Phixfox can totally lose this fight if he's not careful. So we need to be really smart about this. And this is one of those times where if the AI wins, but I lose, then I deserve to lose. Okay? I say that and I mean that with all my heart. If the AI beats this fight and I don't, then that's on me and I just need to get better. So it's really tempting to me. It's 1000% in my brain. Oh, wouldn't this be great if Phixfox lets the AI just, win this very, very important fight for me? I'm not going to do that. And the reason I'm not going to do that is because I need to win these fights. For me, for you, for everything that we hold dear, we must win these fights. I think that the Gnolls are going to go to the bottom, and then the Gorgons are going to go kind of more to the center. I just need to make sure that we avoid that meteor shower that we've already seen. That's too far, that's too far, that's too far. So there's no meteor shower. They do have an Inferno, but I think that that'd be a little bit of a waste of damage. I think that it was 110 points of damage the first time. That could be 1 Mighty Gorgon and 1 Wyvern, or some weird combination. I don't think that the Inferno right here is enough to reach all these creatures. Actually, maybe it is. And for that reason, we're actually going to pull the Dragonflies off one step further, just to make sure. Even though, well, Dragonflies are going to get to go first, so it doesn't really matter. And I think that the Hydras, you have to trust that because, well, it depends on these Dragonflies. We're not going to be fast enough to outspeed them there with the prayer. 11 speed, 14 speed. I would love to slot the Hydras in right here. I don't think that you can plan on that happening. I think that you've got to dig right into some of their biggest stacks. Dragonflies are annoying, but they don't necessarily do damage. So we need to ignore them. Let's focus on taking the retaliation from these HYDRAS. No, 12 speed, 6 speed. Mighty Gorgons will lock horns with the Hydra. Let's deal with these basilisks if we can. Let's do that. Okay. Good blind. And I definitely prefer you to blind my troops than to lightning bolt them, actually. I really do. Once again, Gorgons after this Hydra. I think that's going to be definitely worth my time. There he goes. Eliminated. And then my Hydra is going to get to go in just 1 second, so we're going to slot in there on the basilisks and the lizardmen. Let's try and kill serpent flies where we can. And the big reason why I worry about those serpent flies is because they do have the ability to dispel my prayer. And I don't really love that. I do think I can kill one whole stack of these serpent flies. Oh, certainly I can. That's easy. Do I do that, or do I let the gnolls deal with them? I'm a little bit at risk of being blind locked. Let's kill one whole stack where we can. Oh, we didn't even kill one whole stack. Now the damage feels like a waste. Let's try and kill some of these serpent flies. I'm amazed that the gnolls are getting this much attention. Okay. And now I hope that the Prayed Mighty Gorgons actually get to go before the serpent flies dispel them. I really do. 175 hit points left on this Hydra. I'm going to peel off on these wyverns. Right here. I'll take my good morale. Lightning bolt. Interesting, because I thought that you were flying to the southeastern corner here simply to deal with me in that regard, and I guess the answer is no. Hydra's going to get to go against the basilisks and the lizardmen. I think we position ourselves in a way where we can get closer to dealing with these serpent flies in a second, and then we kill both of these stacks, maybe? Just one. It's okay. Retaliation, good. Elves are going to move closer to the center of the battlefield so that my troops can respond. Not a great moment there for me, but we'll take it. And then once again, gnolls are doing the same basic deal. We're all trying to respond to the center. I definitely need to get a hold of these dragonflies. 15 could fly around and again make this fight go even longer than it should. So we're going to put down as much damage on these guys as we can. Everybody else can deal with the basilisks. Everybody else can. But that is more than I can deal. Okay, and then ultimately the enemy does run. So it would have been great for me to deal with them now and to finally defeat Alkin. Them running is actually not terrible because now I'm going to go take their castle. And that's fine for me. That's so fine. And they lose so many more troops. I'm fine with losing the elves. I'm sad to see that we lost some of the lizards, but we even kept most of the serpents. Well, not even most. We still got a couple serpent flies left. That's okay. And then I do think that Stig... Where'd you pick up HYDRAS? There must have been some resupply over here that I didn't see. Must have been. Gold, gold, sulfur, and learning stone. Might as well take the Eagle Eye because Clancy is just that guy. It's day 4. Clancy needs to be able to set up a hero chain to save Yogg a little bit. I probably could fight this fight. I don't think it's wise. Let's pick up the rally flag because of course we do. You rally your troops around this flag, renewing their strength and lifting their spirits. You feel at your peak and can travel a bit further today. That's plus in the morale, plus in the luck. And additional movement speed. I definitely want to take Marsh Wall. Like, no question about it. It's just too good. And I don't know if Stig can reach me or not. Even if there's no troops here to pick up, it's a free castle. I say free, it's free. It's not free? Really? It's not free? Are we going to lose that many troops from the turrets? 2 dragonflies go down? That's not that bad. And we get the center here? Yeah, it's not that bad. I'm pretty confused, actually. Huh. How did the enemy mess this? How did the AI mess that up? Whatever. I don't care. Okay. So we're going to apply these results. And are there any troops here? No. Understandable. Have a nice day. Cage of Warlords plus defense. We should probably pick that up just now, just so Yogg can hop in and hop back out. That's +1 defense. I need to do a better job. I've mentioned in the past, I really like to read these adventure map moments, and for some reason I keep blowing right through it. Probably because this is fairly exciting. I'm having a little bit of a fun time doing what we're doing here. Did you actually set off without picking up any troops? What are you doing, sir? Hello? Hello? Because we've got a capital, because we've got all this gold income, I'm not going to worry about picking up one more group of troops here. Blood Obelisk. Basilisks. Lizard Den. I'm going to keep the Lizard Den. Probably get... There's only 8 wood, though. And a Hydra Pond over here is actually not that far away. We've got the sulfur. We picked up the sulfur earlier. We're going to plan on getting the Hydra Pond, a second Hydra Pond. In fact, castle? Probably too far away because of the wood. We'll try and save wood and stuff. What I'm trying to think is, should I get another hero today just to move troops to the front? I think so. Let's make it Theodorus. We might have a hero in the water, and then Sylvia could be useful. So let's just plan on taking her now. Let's buy everything we can. We're going to leave a couple of troops here in the castle. It's actually a bunch of troops in the castle. Does that mean that we leave now? Or do we stay? We will be able to pick up the rally flag, and I think we can reach next turn. Let's wait right now, because there's no way that Stig can reach us. So let's call it right now. They go up towards the Library of Enlightenment. Pictoderm picks up wolves. A little bit of extra mercury. We purchase the rest of these troops, and now we are pretty big and scary. And again, so long as we hold all of our other troops, I think we're going to be A-okay. Oh, I had slower troops in my army, and so then I'm actually not going to get as far as I thought I would. That's okay. Wow, wish I'd picked up that Alchemist Lab a while ago. +5 in the gems. The only reason why I didn't at the time was because I thought that we had some other timings that we really needed to hit. I guess we're okay. The enemy is leaving me alone. I don't feel nearly as much pressure as I felt before. And so I think I'm actually just going to go and pick up these troops manually, just so I can get out one day sooner. It's not going to be great, but it'll work out fine. Combine here, step and step. I'd love to get all of these troops. I mean, 26 orcs is a big pickup. I just don't know who I'd want to leave. Do you want to leave 6 dragonflies who are 14 speed or 6 dragonflies for 3 rocks? I don't think you do. I think that the rocks are actually going to stay behind for another week. But then Yogg gets to go all the way out to here. We'll pick up the Mercury in just a second. I'm very well aware that this monolith 2-way could be a big deal. We don't know where Alkin is just yet. It could be a big deal. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I would like to head south. That looks like a rock nest. That doesn't look like behemoths. That might be interesting. Let's see what Stig does. And then let's just check one more time. Hydra Pond and the castle, still doable. But let's make sure that we get, if we can only get one, let's definitely get the Hydras. Journal entry 14. Just when I was beginning to fear that my last scout had been killed, he returned with the news that he had found Alendora. Unfortunately, the man was so exhausted from his travels, he managed only to blurt out something about a cave before collapsing. I ordered him to get some sleep and report to me first thing in the morning. Okay, perfect, good. Just had to check something. This fight, totally winnable. Totally winnable. We've picked up so many wonderful, fantastic troops. Every fight now is winnable. So, we just need to be smart with our logistics and we're gonna be fine. Oh gosh, there's still so much stuff that I just said, oh yeah, I'll come back and pick that up later. And surprise, here it is. This map did not go the way that I I would have expected. My word. Sometimes I watch these playthroughs of mine a second time, and it's not lost upon me the times where I just got flat out lucky. Let's be clear. I made some tactical decisions that ultimately worked out in my favor, and that's awesome. Great. Yay, Phixfox. Good job. But also, there are some times where you just get flat out lucky, and the best decisions you can make ultimately do lead to your victory, and you should get your flowers for making the great tactical decision, and yet you also need to make sure that you're saying, yeah, but if the ball had bounced just a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, one half a step too slow or too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second. That's supposed to be Al Pacino from the movie Any Given Sunday. That did not sound like Al Pacino. My voice is just a little too high. I can't emulate the gravel in his voice. I cannot emulate the being so over the BS that he exhibits. I just can't do it. I've already purchased a building here. I think that the one Hydra is going to be worth more than anything. I think that we're still 2 days away. We may go out and defeat this enemy tomorrow. But for now, I think that we stay in the castle, and I think that Clancy stays back as well. Are you really going to fight us? No, you're not going to fight us. You went to the bottom left corner, and you're going to let me go through those Wyvern monarchs for free? I am all for that. Maybe they would have joined me later? Sure, maybe, but that is not a risk that I am willing to take. I am grateful that I don't have to deal with those troops. Journal entry 15. I had the scout who located Alendora brought before me after he had a proper rest. His more detailed report gave the exact location of the cave north, off the main road. That's going to be this subterranean gate for sure. It's day 7. Gorgon layer, sure. The thing is, I just can't get backdoored here, so for sure I need to follow through this monolith one way. And pretty soon we're going to send troops south, we're going to send troops north. We're just a little bit away via marketplace gold in getting our castle here. And then all of a sudden we're about to get so many great troops. In fact, enough great troops that the stronghold troops are not going to be the ones that we really use. That's for certain. Wait a second. Did we purchase the castle? Oh, for some reason I thought it was 100,000 gold. Now I have 5,000 gold extra because I traded for it. Excellent. Spiffing. Might as well have Sylvia go back. Maybe we're going to bring troops up from the stronghold. Maybe, maybe not. Otherwise, let's get the wolves. Let's get this extra 1,000 gold, and we're just going to sit here because tomorrow that is going to pop back up. Sit right here, and then I do want to go through this monolith one way. If for no other reason, then I can scout freely. I can defeat you, and so I shall. Yogg feels that the odds are overwhelming. Do you wish to retreat? This looks like it's going to be close. Looks like it's going to be close. I thought that this would be a gimme. Obviously, it's not. Now, what makes this not a gimme? 30 and 14. 14 and 30. 81 Null Marauders. 38 Serpent Flies. Jeez! 11 attack, 13 defense, 12 power, 12 knowledge. This is not a gimme. This is highly concerning. I am highly concerned. And I'm very happy that we have these stronghold troops here. I absolutely underestimated the enemy here. Hydras are going to attack in this general area. I think that the biggest thing you can do is make sure that these 81 Nulls don't get a good hit off on you. I do think that that's going to be pretty darn important. Goblins are not going to go faster than most of these troops. Let's see. Okay, so anywhere at the edge is going to be in range of the wyverns with 9 speed. Why 9 speed? Why do you have +2 speed to the wyverns? That has to be more than just, look at that. They normal speed of 7. Oh, are wyverns his speciality? Does this mean that I need to focus very, very heavily on the wyverns? I think so. I'm guessing that that must be what it is. So they're going to have increased attack and defense. 28 attack, 30 defense, 5750. But he usually has 11. Yeah, so that is his speciality. I wish I could click on the portrait just to see what his stats were. But these wyverns are actually going to be a priority that we must deal with. We're still going to be faster because we're going to have the prayer. Does that mean that we focus with Probably Mighty Gorgons, probably the Wyverns, probably... I think we're going to have the Wolf Riders actually stay kind of closer to the top because there's still going to be a lot of troops here to deal with. Wolf Riders dealing with the Gnoll Marauders is going to be a good use of our time. Mighty Gorgons are going to be ready to rock and roll. Wyverns are going to be ready to rock and roll. Serpent Flies, let's move back one here. One, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can actually move the Mighty Gorgons back one more step. Because with the prayer, they're going to be doing fine anyway. Oh, I don't want to move that far back. If the Mighty Gorgons take a shot, so be it. And then Goblins, better get the Goblins in here. And then the Dragonflies are just going to have to play spoiler a little bit. I think I even want the Orcs pretty close to the top, so that way they can do max damage. Because my offensive attack skill is so high, and they're not going to get attacked this first round anyway. And so then we're just going to do a blitz attack. We're going to assume that our speed is very good, very high, very pungent. That's the wrong word for it. And then we're just going to go. So it's going to go my Dragonflies, excuse me, my Serpent Flies, my Wyverns, my Mighty Gorgons, then my Wolf Riders, then my Hydras, and then their Serpents. So we've got to unload on these Wyverns. I think that the Dragonflies taking the retaliation from the Wyverns is actually the best thing I can do. And I know that we're going to devote a lot of attention to them, but I'm not messing around. If their speciality is from their hero, I think that's worth all my time. I do. And then all the other major players should be accounted for, with the exception of these Gorgons. But I can only be in so many places at one time. So, down to 7... down to 5. I'm going to be okay with that. And then 200 to 400 damage on these Gnolls. That's probably going to be, again, I think that's really going to be the best. Yeah, 22 attack on the Gorgons versus 16 attack on the Gnoll Marauders. That's still going to be useful to take out as many of these troops as possible. And we may kill all of them. No, 48. We ended up doing... ooh, 288. I was really kind of hoping we'd do more, but the retaliation was only 27 damage. Not too bad. And then 2 of the Hydras. Gonna get a shot off on these Gorgons and these Lizards. Wow. Big slow. Big slow. Okay, 12 more Wolf Riders goes down. They're focusing on the Wolves. 1 Mighty Gorgon finally goes down. And this is actually pretty big because then the Goblins are not going to get into the fight this turn. And then next round of combat, everything is going to be just crazy. The slow and the prayer are more or less going to not cancel out. I'm still going to be at a negative because of the slow, because the slow halves your speed. So with that being said, we're definitely not going to attack the ranged troops. Let's attack on the highest attack skill creature here. Gorgons are good, but they're basically just tanks. Don't focus Gorgons. We focus Greater Basilisks. They've got 24 attack skill, whereas the Gorgons have 22 attack skill. Yeah, we can do full damage to these Greater Basilisks. Let's do that. Let's kill 6 of those. Wolves get completely obliterated. I'm so amazed that they have taken all of this attention. I'm actually amazed. And so then what troops do I not want to have a retaliation from next? I do believe it's these Greater Basilisks. So we're going to probably end up losing these these Dragonflies here. My Hydras are not going to be able to move that far around the battlefield. So as far as positioning goes, we're going to attack here like this. We go down to 1. Oh, Greater Basilisks don't attack. I am so fine with that. I am okay with that. I don't know why the Greater Basilisks would jam up my Orcs but not actually attack them. I am just fine with that though. Definitely the Wyverns still, for the reason we've talked about before. 5 down to 1. I will kill the Lizards on the retaliation there. 1 Wolf left. You cast 1 Lightning Bolt for 350 damage and I lose 2 Hydras. I don't think there was anything else I could have done though. I really don't. We gotta kill the Basilisks for the reasons we've already talked about. We can only reach these 33 Gnolls. And do we attack? I think that knowing that he's got a lightning bolt that he can just continue to cast, you have to attack where you can as much as you can. 1 hit point left on this Wolf Rider. We're actually going to save them. They're going to eat up some attention next turn, maybe even from 27 Serpent Flies. I doubt it, but somebody's going to attack them. And whoever does, I'm just fine for. Oh gosh, 57 hit points on these Wyverns. Let's try and actually box in these these Gorgons. I don't think I can actually box them in. I can prevent them from going south though. Let's do that. Golly, 5 Wyverns goes down, and that's what it is. It's all going to be about the spell points. I can't stop it. There's too many hit points on these Gorgons to deal with, and the spells are going to be just too much. No! The spells are going to be too much for me. And at this point, I really don't think there's anything I can do to stop them. Huh. What a sad way to go. What a sad way to go. Can I kill all these Marauder or all these Gnolls? Yeah. Dang. Okay. Well, that's Yogg for you. Dang. That hurts so bad. I did not expect, because this is not a magic-based hero. This is not a witch for the Fortress faction. This is a Beastmaster. I did not expect 12 power and 12 knowledge. I know that I can overwhelm anybody with the attack and the defense, so I did not think I could overwhelm him. Or I didn't think I'd be overwhelmed by a lightning bolt worth 250 hit points. And really, what does this come down to? Overconfidence. It's day 7. All you had to do was wait. You had to wait one more turn, and you would have been just fine. Just fine. That's all you had to do. We're going to accept this. Your hero Yogg has suffered a defeat. Your quest is over. So, we do lose. That's fine. That's fine. With that being said, let me go grab a drink real quick. And then, as we load back up, let's use this as an opportunity to figure out, what worked and what could we do better. So we're not going to replay any of this. This is all going to be right where it's at. Impossible difficulty. Still going to take the Ring of the Wayfarer, even though the wood would be so good. I think that we can be much faster than we were before, and we're not going to spend the time necessarily to stop and read everything like we did the first time, and that's just fine for me. I think that as fast as we were, we need to be even faster. Generally, you see me play these scenarios, and you see me play at a fairly low pace, right? Like, I am spending the time to keep track of everything and do things correctly, and I'm trying to paint a picture here. I care a lot about the story, right? And so that's what you get. You get me trying my very, very best to make sure that the story works. I can play at a faster pace. I just generally don't like to. Like, I don't like to. I don't like to. But now this kind of affords me the opportunity. You've seen how I've played kind of slower. Now I get the opportunity to play just a little bit faster. And that's going to be just fine for me. We're going to pick up the Wolves because my strategy now is to go as quickly as I can out. I think that maybe we don't even need 2 weeks worth of growth. I think that the very best thing for us is actually to just go now. Pick up the Ring of Infinite Gems. Sure, why not? And try and take this castle in week 1, actually. I feel like the faster we go, the better things will be for us. And that's actually enough gold. I didn't realize that there was a pack of basilisks here. That's going to be enough gold to pick up another hero. It's going to be Gerd, who's going to do the very best that they can do to help us raise some nice, strong barbarian forces and bring them to the front. 21 wood, 14 ore. Not worried about forces here. I wouldn't hurt my feelings if I just had the troops from the Fortress factions. That would be just fine for me. Not going to hurt my feelings at all. Okay. And then let's see as far as where the enemies are and what we should expect from them. Oh, jeez. Great pathing. Very nice. Pick up the wolves here. Picking up the Fountain of Youth. Missing these troops here is going to be really sad, but we're going to have to avoid that for now. I think we can probably pick up... probably not. I think that Yogg just needs to go, and then Gerd will pick up whenever they can. They'll close the gap. I definitely want to get that castle that's not too far away from us. And then I do want to pick up whatever else we need to pick up. Even if I go and take this castle and then come back, that I think is actually better for me than the alternative. I really do. So, all the troops go up to the top. Actually, you're the only ones I really care about. I wish I'd actually had single stacks of goblins. That would have been much better, actually. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. We're going to do our weights. They're going to do their weights. Oh, good. Morale. There's going to be one wolf goes down. No, we have such high defense that even that is not going to phase us. Not too bad anyway. And I think that all my troops can actually reach out and just grab these guys. 10, 10, 9. So we're going to have the 9 attack here. We're going to have the 25 attack here. From the very far back. Because I've got the wolves, they're going to do a better job of getting in the way, and I just don't want them to get in the way too bad. Good luck is excellent. I'm all for it. Let's kill one full stack of 3. I think that these bottom stacks, they're going to stay out of the way. We're going to let them stay out of the way, that is. Damage here. This guy's going to take the damage here because this wolf has already taken some damage, and now he can still do damage without any other problems. Anything here? No, we're just going to move him up to the top. Okay. Wait. And then I actually kind of want to back off, I think. 6 hit points left. If we lose wolf, that's fine. Defend here, wait here. Because we're going to make a hole pretty quickly. For the wolves to come on up and attack. That's what I mean by make a hole. Or the enemies are going to come to us that way. Either way. Damage goes down there. 10 hit points left are here. And I know that I'm overdoing this fight. Like, it's not lost upon me that, like, hey, Phixfox, you don't really actually have to do all this. This is overkill. Yeah, I get that. Just when I can lose no troops, I might as well. 560 experience. And I do think I want this treasure chest. This gold mine was huge for me last game. It was massive for me last game. This time it's Draken more. Do I get the treasure chest? Gold is important right now. It's so important that I do want to take it. 1,500 gold. That's a big pickup. The sulfur is actually a big pickup for future HYDRAS. I don't have a lot of movement points left. 439. The gems are actually going to cost me. No, they're not. I'll have just enough movement points to get in, I think. I think so. So let's do this. Let's have our biggest stacks close. The burning oil does do damage if you try and cross it. So we're going to make sure that the ballista tries to attack the center gate here. And we're going to take some losses until we can get on in here. So let's hope for the best here. Huh? No? Yes! Okay, and that should do it for us. Did the AI try to actually attack the center gate there? We have the expert ballistics. Maybe it didn't. Okay, but now we're going to sit in here for one night. And as I had previously discussed, I think I actually want to build up the troops in these castles more than anything. I do. Does that mean we pick up the Basilisk Pit now? I don't think so. But I do think that just in case the enemy is right around the corner, I think that we're going to combine these troops, and we're probably going to want to set off tomorrow with Serpent Flies. 2 mercury, 2 sulfur. Let's get it now just in case we're attacked by enemies out of the darkness. That's going to be all of our gold for now. Okay. And last time you saw me try and force my way up, I think that's still a good decision for a lot of reasons. but I also recognize that there's potentially some issues with that. We might walk right into an enemy, and of course that's bad. That's way bad, actually. I will pick up for 720 gold. No, I think I'm going to need that somewhere else, actually. No, because I'm going to pick up one more treasure chest. So we're going to pick up all these troops that we can get. Whoa, more than that, please. Whoa, more than that, please. Goodness. If anybody wants to buy me a new mouse, you sure can. You sure can. Okay, Gnolls want to run. Do we let them? No. 150 something experience, that's fine. We'll take the gold here for 1500 plus the 6 sulfur plus 12 more gnolls here. And I just want to get these gnolls. All these gnolls are going to be useful. These monks are actually interesting because that means we're going to have some advanced warning if the enemy wants to come for me. Is this army tough enough to defeat Alkin or whoever their other hero is if we see him? I don't think so. I think that we definitely need Gerd to come up here. Gerd can get pretty far. I think that from here we back off and take this gold mine before we do anything else. Yeah, I think so. 1500 gold right now. We will see what we do in just a second with everything else with us. What do you have? 83 movement points? Yeah, that's what I thought. That should be enough. It is. Yeah, and then this army feels much better already. This infinite ring of gems is actually kind of intriguing. Pretty interesting if you ask me. And then we're doing better on gold than we did last time because we picked up one whole town. I think that we do need to still focus on the city hall at the cost of the wood. We're able to get the cliff nest this time. We will be able to get the cliff nest this time. Useful, not useful. I don't think it's a bad idea to get some steady resources back here. And then probably over here as well. We're going to need wood for basilisks and gorgons. And wyverns, for that matter. Wyverns are actually a huge pickup. There's probably going to be wood over here. I think that we wait on building something in Drakenmore. Maybe I'm going to regret that in a second, and maybe not. I don't think it's a bad idea to send Gerd back. Gerd can pick up ore, can pick up goblins, and then be basically ready to go from Dragonspire. Or they can go north and do some exploring for us along the main road. It looks like there's going to be free resources if you explore to the north. Maybe this fast start is going to afford me an opportunity. Maybe. And maybe for that reason, actually, I'm going to want to have one serpent fly here instead of the one goblin. Whoa. Yeah, one. Just one. Okay. We're going to do that. And so Gerd is not going to go back. We're going to have enough gold, I think, especially once we pick up this gold mine. We can have somebody else go. And now we shouldn't have any penalty in the swamp because our troops are naturals on swamp. Oh, wait, we can't even go that way because of the gnolls. Huh. Are there troops here we can purchase? Potentially. Is that going to be enough to get us through these gnolls? I don't have time to think about that right now. We got stuff to do. Like this. Dragonflies want to run. I'm going to let them. The experience I could get is not going to be worth the losses I might take. Let's pick up for sure the fountain. And then I think that we do want to pick up the sawmill and these extras over here. Let's just sit and wait for Gerd. Day 6, day 6, day 6, day 6. No city hall here. Let's pick up the... We're going to be able to trade for that one wood we need, or we're going to pick that up next time. So on day 7, we're going to want to have enough gold to get the wyverns. So we're not going to purchase anything right now, again, for the 3rd time. Cliff Nest, that just takes wood, or just ore. What's our gold going to look like? 3,200 gold. 3,500 here. If I want it tomorrow, I can get it. Okay, and I will take the time just to pick up gems. Gems aren't really that useful unless you're going to trade them. And that's just extra steps. One serpent fly. Let's just start combat. Let's just wait on everybody. And then we should be able to just hit Q. Much better. Okay. And there's the sawmill, plus 2 wood per day, plus everything else we just picked up. That's pretty darn good. And then I could continue down this road. There is a serpentfly hive right here. I know that the danger is up here. Is it worth it to go south? We didn't really go south last time. I don't think we're going to be able to do this time what we did last time by getting around the enemy. I just don't think that that's going to be possible twice. And the wyverns now are going to be so good. So let's actually do that. I know that now we have only the basic pathfinding instead of the advanced on the swamp, but I really want to get these wyverns for free. And because Gerd is not going to be heading up towards these knolls right now, well, he could. So you pick up the wyverns now. You pick up the rocks. Because of course you do, because they're that good. You only have 500 gold left. Can one wyvern kill all those knolls? The answer is absolutely not. And so for that reason, Gerd goes back. And that's okay. That's fine. That's okay. And we're going to sit here and wait. The sound of music brings you to a small garden where you attempt to sneak up on a leprechaun who is happily dancing about in the clearing. You try to capture him, but his nimbleness allows him to elude you. Too right it should. I'm expecting to see Tan at any second here. Really, I am. Aha. Told you. And that's actually bad. I need to get these troops out of here. I needed Gerd to stay. Now knowing what I know, I needed Gerd to stay. The sound of music brings you to the small garden where you were able to sneak up on a leprechaun who is happily dancing about in the clearing. You capture him, and in exchange for his freedom, he gives you a small pot of gold filled with precious things. Might as well pick up these troops? Question mark. There is the other water wheel down here. Let's go grab rocks. Rocks might be the unit that helps us get out of this first week slump. I don't love it, but it might be the very best thing for us. I really can't let all those wyverns go to waste, though. That's really my big thing about where we're at. That just hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. There's 4 more. And then there's another enemy hero here. What to do? Do we charge into them? I think that we head back towards this Fountain of Youth and pick that up as soon as we can. And we'll go from there. We will go from there. Okay. Well, we can't let the enemy have these troops. 5 wyverns might be way too much. So let's just purchase everybody in order. And I want to make sure that my gold is appropriate. And that's why I didn't just hit buy all. Do I want to purchase 9 of the dragonflies or all of the lizard men and then a few dragonflies? I think that you want the range creatures where you can get them. And then the serpent flies. Just because I'd rather deal with a couple more serpent flies than a bigger stack of the lizard men later. And that's unfortunately where my mind is at, is, okay, what troops do I not want to have to face later? Because I think that we're going to go down right now. And I don't think I can stop it. Dang. Oh. That's big. That's big. That's really big. That is massive. And now it makes me feel bad about getting this dragonfly hive, but better about not getting that treasure chest. Choices. Consequences. Consequences for my choices. Now, actually, is it better to get another hero? Like, we've been given a gift where the enemy is not going to be able to get us right now. On the battlefield, the troop who strikes first wins most often. I agree, and that's why speed matters. Assuming that Alkin is going to go up that direction, then we're fine. We don't need to do anything. Is a third hero going to be that bad for me? No. Let's pick up a third hero. Let's purchase as many of these other troops as we can get. Next, it's dragonflies. And then let's head south for the resupply. This is messy, and I feel like I got away with something here. But we will take it. We will absolutely take it. And is it going to be orcs that stay? No. Once again, we're going to split off one single stack. Oops. One stack of the dragonflies. And Jabarkus is now going to roll with the one dragonfly. And they're going to be the best of friends. I truly believe they're going to be the best of friends. We're even going to use him to scout up this road this way. Maybe I can pick up treasure chest and treasure chest. We will see. With no gold left on Gerd, I think that we wait because we can get pretty far. Yeah, we can get to right here next turn. And we're going to pick up at least one treasure chest. Not to mention 3,200 gold. I think that we wait and we see what troops we can bring up in short order. So, 2,000 gold here. Enemy did run. They're not going to go through the Gorgons. They're not going to go through the HYDRAS. I couldn't right click on them. I didn't really try that hard, but I don't think I could have clicked on them. We're going to pick up the Fountain of Youth. We feel young again. Our soldiers are inspired by how youthful we look. And I do think that we want to do a timing attack. If the enemy came out of here, and if we know that there's HYDRAS up that road, is this army big enough to defeat HYDRAS? It's day 3, so I don't feel bad about going out of my way to pick up the sulfur. Are we in a position where we can camp out right about here, make sure that Alkin doesn't come back immediately upon us, and then we can just slip past and get HYDRAS again? Is that the strategy? Because that's a pretty good strategy. I don't have any qualms about doing something like that. I think that we shall. And I think that we're probably going to bring rocks up. It's going to be, what, 2 weeks worth of growth? That's going to be 6 rocks in exchange for those ranged creatures, not to mention these goblins and these wolf raiders. We should be able to pick up all these creatures here. 3,600. Well, not quite anyway. But not too bad. I think this is fine. And then Gerd should be able to resupply Yogg in short order. We're not going to go out of our way for this goblin barracks. If we pick up the wolf pin at the start of turn 1, we actually might be able to still reach Yogg. In fact, I'm planning on it. So with 70 gold left, we wait. Journal entry 13, all but one of our scouts have returned. We know that we will eventually get to see him. Pick up the 2,000 gold here. I'm expecting to lose Jabarkis at this time, but I'd like to see what's to the south. What's down this road? Aha! There's another castle. That's interesting. Good to know. We're going to pick up 9 more of these wolves. We're going to pick up the goblins here. We can't reach anyway, so if we got to backtrack anyway, might as well pick up more troops. Whoa! That made it so we had to backtrack so much further. 2 steps out into the swamp. Ouch. I don't have time to wait. I do not have time to wait. And so even though I don't love this, it's day 4. Pyre is busy and she can't get up this way. She's got to go that way. We're going to go... Maybe we'll pick up the gold mine. And maybe not. It's day 4, so we're kind of in a weird position where we're not going to hit that timing attack on day 1. But I really wanted to go. We're going to see what happens here. We're going to see what happens here. I'm guessing that she's not like a level 7 or level 8 hero. But we won't know until something else happens. We're just not going to know. It may be that Gerd gets to here and then maybe another hero pulls out of Drakenmore. I actually think that troops are less important than the knowledge right now. We've talked already about scouting. And maybe you like that decision from me and maybe you don't. Some people don't want to spend 2,500 gold on just a scout. I think that this information lets me know whether I need to press forward or pull back. And I think that that's worth 2,500 gold to me. Pyre does press forward, but not too far. Alkin, let's just see what he has. 14, 41, 8, something, 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 something. And he's only got 38 out of 120 spell points. If we can potentially keep him from picking up a magic well, of which I don't see one. Well, there's one right here. Maybe we need to attack, take this castle, and then come back and prevent him from getting this magic well. We can do our nice little resupply like we've been discussing. I think that we're going to have some opportunities. Basic pathfinding. What a good... That's a big pickup. And knowing that we just lost, I don't know, whoever that knight hero was, I think that we're going to take Jabarkis with his pathfinding now, and we're going to skedoodle out of here. I'm not worried about Pyre making it all the way down because of the slow lizards. I'm not going to pick up another hero here. Let's see how many movement points we have at this point. It's not many, 688. I don't think Alkin can reach, but I'm betting you Pyre can. Let's head up the road here. Gosh, once again. This time, though, we have 9 wyverns, and I don't think that they have any other troops. This fight's going to be much easier than it was the first time. Like, much easier. We enter the fairy ring, and our army gains luck for the next battle. And so, let's fight this fight, and we're going to win. There's no doubt. Yeah, much better. Let's see, though, as far as how this goes. Weird that you've got the one single imp that kind of ruins your morale a little bit. You got the tavern, but you could have had +2 morale. Don't love that decision from you. We're going to put the wolves here. Lizard men are going to go up because they're not worried about these serpent flies getting too close into me. And then maybe I can do bonus damage. We're going to stick the goblins here, gnolls right here. We're going to hope that our great ballistics can help us bust down the wall. Let's see that, and let's see what this main building will do. 36 to 54 ends up killing 3 lizard men. We got the prayer, and I'm hoping that the expert ballistics does exactly what it's billed to do. Very sweet. And so all of our troops are going to get to go. At least the wolves are going to get to go before their serpent flies. I see no reason why we ought not to attack. The wyverns should be able to kill one whole hydra. Let's use these 12 dragonflies to kill 19 of the gnolls. Wyverns to the top. And wolf riders, let's have them kill, let's see, 8 attack on the serpent flies versus 12 and 15. Which is better? We're going to deal 175 to 300 damage. Call it 380 damage. 210 hit points here. 260 hit points here. 210 hit points here. So actually, because the wyverns can do the most damage with their attack skill, I don't think I feel too bad about maybe potentially wasting some damage here. I might not kill all 3 of them. I do, thankfully. I did 270 damage, but that was no gimme. And I'm going to try and kill the serpent flies, and I do. Excellent. Thrilling. Fantastic. Wonderful. Stupendous. Magnanimous. Ostentatious. It's not the word you were going for there. Okay, 1 imp is going to go down at the hands of these orcs. And so we might as well kill 6 lizardmen here. And the enemy didn't even get to breathe. My word. Goodness gracious. Feels good to turn a win with a couple of losses into a win with not many losses at all. So we're going to accept that. And we've got 700 movement points left. We're going to pick up this capital, which is massive. We've already talked about how big that is. And I think that we should plan on never losing this area. This is actually nice because now we're going to get the time to build the castle and get the Gorgon lair and the Cage of the Warlords and maybe upgrade some of these if we can. Let's get the Gorgons now. Which is the most important? Just in case we run out of resources. Probably the castle. Then again, we can get Gorgons now. Do we have room in our army for Gorgons? Probably leave the 6 orcs. Let's do that. Let's pick up the Gorgon lair now. Leave the orcs, pick up the 3 Gorgons. Yeah, and then we'll just head back south, trying to pick up whatever we can. Now, last time I didn't pick up this dragonfly hive because I wasn't sure. I figured that the enemy would have already gotten it. Maybe they have and maybe they haven't. Maybe they have and maybe they haven't. We'll see. Nope, it's deserted. Oh well, so be it. And I definitely don't think that Pyre can get around us. And if I can fight Alkin, I will, because he's got, again, less than 30 spell points. So if he gets like right here, or if he goes south, we will take him. Knowing how well this all went, I'm going to play it a little bit safer with Gerd. I'm going to back off with Gerd, do right about here. I'm going to split these troops just in case. Sometimes just having them split helps a lot. Oh, and I do have some gold left. Let's do this. Just like that. Okay. And we will call that good for now. I'm not sure if these troops will be able to, or if these armies will marshal their way towards me or not. I just don't know. We will wait and find out. We're now getting pressure from the south. We did not get pressure from the south in the previous game. Doesn't mean that we're out of the woods, but that's pretty interesting. I really need to defeat Alkin at least once. I really do. Adela is pretty tough. Maybe if I can take the Castle of Mosswood, maybe I can change my forces. Change my fortunes, excuse me. This is all more cleared out than it was before. I think, given that it's day 6, it feels like the enemies don't want to fight me. It feels like I'm good to press in. And if Gerd can get up there to do a resupply, I think that's going to be pretty good for me. Probably hire another hero to pick up the gold mine and all these extra things. Yogg doesn't have time. He doesn't have time to go out of his way. That's time spent for other heroes, not for heroes such as he. Okay. Well, I don't know. Is this feeling better or worse? Tough to say. I'm anticipating that we're going to have a big fight soon. And so if I lose 6 rocks in that big fight, that's fine. That means that I'll have Gorgons for later. And that doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Do I pick up another hero? I do need somebody over here. There's so much over here I still haven't claimed. Tell you what, Gerd can go back. Pick up the gold mine, pick up the basilisks, ore pit, things like that. And I don't think it hurts my feelings too bad. Have Yogg just pick up gold mines and things like that. I don't want them to have the gold mine. I don't want them to have the Gorgon layer. That would be too much for me. Too much. And so if Pyre pulls back and goes around, we should be able to catch her. If Alkin comes out and he has not picked up a magic well, we should be fine. We are now in a little bit of a bind here with Jabarkis. I think that we're going to hope that Adela moves up the road to the north, and we can maybe backdoor her with these troops. We hope. We will see. Interesting that we didn't pick up the Naga Bank or the Medusa storage or things like that, and yet we're doing better. And why is that? Because 4,000 gold a day at the capital is going to pay off quicker than a couple of those other opportunities might have. We've already got the Hydra Pond, so let's get the castle now, because again, we're never going to lose this castle. We will never lose this castle, so I'm expecting not 3 Hydras, but 2. Yeah, 2 Hydras. Jabarkis is staying put. We will see what Adela does, and if we get attacked out of the darkness, feels bad, but understandable. Okay, they're picking up some extras, picking up some goodies. I definitely do want to get all of this. I really do. And so knowing that I don't want to get stuck up here, we're going to get the rally flag first. Gorgons next. No Gorgons to hire. And we are going to cost ourselves 1,000 gold, unfortunately. But we'll pick up 1,000 gold there. Pick up the ability to get more basilisks. Oh, we're going to pick up these guys now. And we'll grab them day 1 as well. And this is good. We definitely want Adela to waste her movement in the swamp. A smooth stone on the face of this pillar begins to swirl as you approach. Looking into it, you are amazed to see answers to questions you have pondered for years. The stone suddenly goes still, but you realize you have learned much. That's going to be the advanced pathfinding now. Ha! Catch me now. Good luck, girl. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't think that there's any chance that she catches up to us now, so we're just gonna hold steady. And we're just gonna wait right here. I hope she goes this way to catch me. If she goes this way, that's worse for me, but it's gonna be kind of meh. Meh either way. I do think that since we're gonna keep this town for 1 more day at least, I think it's a pretty good time to grab the Gorgon layer here. We just picked up that +1 on the external dwelling. We only need 1 ore. Wait, and sulfur? No, just that. And we're too far away from the Hydra Pond in this game, so let's go and pick up just the 1 little bit of ore. Now what am I missing? We got the wood, we need the mercury. Okay. It's fine. We got this. Sometimes in this game, I get a little edgy because I'm saying to myself, wow, things are going really well. What could possibly go wrong? The nice thing is that I'm saying this now and you've already seen what can go wrong. It's not a surprise is kind of the thing. Like, you and I both know that things can go very, very terribly wrong. An enemy could come out of this monolith two-way. Who knows? I think we're going to end up hiring a hero here tomorrow. And because of that, I feel like it's not a bad idea to wait on buying troops here. Because these are not the... like, if we purchase troops here, that might mean that we don't purchase all the troops over here. And even though we're going to get 8,000 gold next turn, call it 13k, it's still a little bit of a concern. So we're going to wait on purchasing troops. I don't think that anybody's going to backdoor into that castle. Let's wait right here. Adela actually goes more further south. We do get this free gold mine. We are going to actually blitz out of here as quickly as we can. And we're going to hope that we can pick up as many troops as possible. We ignored that Knoll hut for now. For now. We're going to make sure we pick up these basilisks. And another hero is going to get hired at our capital city here. Do I pick up upgraded troops here? Probably, yeah. No, 16 wood. We need wood for something. I just can't remember what. Let's figure out what hero it's going to be first. Gretchen's got the basic pathfinding. It's definitely going to be Gretchen. Yeah, over the Eagle Eye, for sure. And we are going to be able to use those troops anyway. Serpentfly Hive. Hopefully we can find a little bit more Mercury down the road. And we do want to purchase in order. Just like this. Yeah, because already we are out of gold. Already we are out of gold. Is there any other gold here we can grab? I don't think that Adela can reach us right now. Let's walk right here. Scorpicors. They're a good unit. I just don't know what I'm going to do with them. They're not going to go into my main army, and I don't think that they're going to turn the tide on a side battle. Gerd's already spent their money at the moment. We're going to go to here. Go to here. And Gerd's going to be able to get most of these troops out. 1,100 movement points, 900. It's a small, tiny, itty-bitty bump, but we're going to take it. And then probably it's now time to get rid of the rocks. They're just not going to do enough for us. And the Gorgons got to go in over the Knolls right now. Okay. Keep the HYDRAS. Keep the Wyverns. Keep the Goblins. Keep the Wolf Riders. Lizardmen might actually be one of the next one out. You see, this is the problem, is that early, like last game, we had that early on fight. And that exhausted a lot of our troops, but that took care of a lot of their threat. And now we're struggling because there's only so many slots we can fit into this army, and we've got some pretty big stack sizes, and we're having a hard time focusing on, well, what troops do we really want? Because there's so many good troops that then we're kind of getting lost as far as other troops we should be getting. And that is a little bit rough. This is actually an interesting opportunity. Because you're going this way, I think that we go south, and we're not going to take this, I don't think. 12 Knolls? It's a pack. It's a pack. If we had a spell or two, maybe we would do this, but no, I don't think so. Unless there's... This looks like Serpentfly Tree. Serpentfly Hive? I think that that's just free Serpentflies. I think that we can take these troops. Oh, and we can take these troops. Wyvern Nest, you're going to have to defeat the, like, 9 of them. That's probably a little too much. I don't think there's anything right there. But if they don't purchase any troops here, that might be enough. Probably not. In which case, maybe we just run this way and clear out whatever freebies we can get. Let's see what Adela does. I don't know. Gretchen, I'm going to have them pick up 500 gold. The Sound of Music brings you to the small garden. We've already mentioned that one. +1 on the gem pond. We'll pick up this nice water wheel. And Gerd actually is doing pretty good. I think that I want Gerd to drop these troops in Draken more. Definitely want Yogg to grab the Knolls here. Can't support them. $12 Knolls here. Knolls here. I don't know. I'm wondering. I can maybe catch Adela if I can just clear out this corner, and so I don't have to worry about a war on two fronts. Then I'll have 3 fortress castles. And then if I can just hold this choke point, then maybe I'm just good. And then I can overwhelm the enemy over time. Let's actually check real quick. As far as the tavern goes, are we equal? Number of towns, we are tied. Or we are up. We are up. Folks, I think that we took a nice, meaty swing at the enemy. Just a big, baseball type of thwack. And I think that we're in a position where we can overwhelm the enemy with our forces. I say I think because, there's no guarantees. We've seen already how few guarantees we have. But yeah, I'm feeling this a little bit. I really am. I'm going to pick up one more hero here. It's going to cost me elsewhere, but I'm going to take all these troops, especially the rocks though. And we're going to finally clear out much of this area to the south here. Like, we should have done this a while ago. We're going to finally do it now. We've missed out on, what is this, week 3? Week 3, we've missed 3 instances of picking up goblins here, for example. That's just a lot. And I don't know what the enemy is doing up here, but we're not seeing them. That's great for me. 15 more goblins join the army. We're going here. Gretchen's picking up another 1,000 gold here at the water wheel. We're going to pick up the lizard den now. Might as well just grab all of these gentlemen. We'll pick up the alchemist lab at the beginning of next turn. Oh, yeah, wyverns are too much to deal with now. They've got HYDRAS here. Excellent. If we can get HYDRAS on this upcoming week, we'll be very fine. Gorgons, still Gorgon lair here. Actually, and Gorgons are free, right? Like, you don't have to fight Gorgons to pick up the troops. Yeah, those are just free. Huh. So, I'm thrilled to see that. What troops does Yogg have, by the way? Upgrading any troops with Gerd's not actually going to help here. So let's just have Gerd drop everybody except for these guys. Well, no. One single dragonfly. If it comes down to it, I may... Well, let's pick up the troops that we don't want to leave back here just in case we get attacked. If we get attacked, we absolutely want the enemies to deal with other, not get some free troops from us. So 8 here, and we're out of gold. We'll trade for that. Yeah, we'll trade for that. I don't know what I'm going to use gems for anyway, so we're going to trade for the 1,000 gold. Is that worth it? That's going to get us just one more, isn't it? If I can get 2, I'll be feeling pretty good. If I can get 2. Weird that these rocks haven't been useful at all. There's a freelancers guild, but I'm guessing that'll give you experience more than anything else. Let's head south. Can we reach? Basically, let's just try and combine these forces. And then there's no guarantee that the enemy is going to bust out of their cage today. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but we'll have to wait and find out. And Adela is just waiting right here because they don't want to go too close or too far. But that's going to be their downfall because they got to go, at some point, they got to do something. And because of these paved roads, we can go so far in one turn. So very far. Hopefully we don't see the enemy for just one more turn. Just one more turn. Give me one more turn's worth of reprieve. Okay, and that's actually fine because that means that we're still going to have time to get back. Okay, and it's going to be big fights, and 2 in a row actually. But now that we have 2 sets of HYDRAS coming our way, we're going to be okay. We do need to fight this fight though, just to make sure, just to try and lose fewer troops. I do want to make sure I lose as many of these wolf riders as possible. Well, if you're not going to upgrade them, then you probably are 1 week away from trading out for some other better troops. Let's do it like this. 7 speed, 7 speed, 6 speed. I don't know which is going to go first. I'm guessing the wolf riders because they were higher up on the food chain. 4, 2, and 2 lizardmen go down for 8. We do not get the castle breached. That's pretty interesting. I think that we still can fight though. I think we can, so I think we shall. We'll kill here. We'll kill here. And we're just going to wait. Maybe the enemy is going to do us a solid and they're going to come out and fight us. Not likely, but it's possible. And then down to 17. Let's wait everywhere else. Ooh, the stone, the petrify. Thankfully, we're back. That's good. And then, yeah, we're just going to have to wait for one more turn. Take some additional losses from the towers, but I really think we're going to get the gate here. We do not. I guess we just got super lucky a couple times in a row. Maybe. Must be. Must be. And then from here, I don't think that we can do any better. I think that we just hit Q. Well, no, the enemy might try and path through. The enemy might try and path through here, and that would be just the worst thing in the world, actually. Yeah, I can't risk that the enemy is not going to do 70 damage to themselves trying to walk through here. There we go. Okay. And now the fight's over. So, losses still looks better than they did before. Last time we lost 2 wyverns. This time it's much better. So, and in this case, I think we're definitely going to take the estates. Oh, and look, there's basilisks and wyverns here. Do we need to step into this castle? Looks like no. Well, there's a Cage of the Warlords we could pick up right now. Let's actually pick that up. +1 defense. Spending time in the Cage of the Warlords. The experienced warriors therein teach you the additional defensive skills. +1 to your defense. There's no troops we can buy here right now, but we're going to, again, plan on holding this area. And it already has a castle. Already has a castle. We're going to take one step out. Just right here. And I'm actually going to hire one more hero. Because I want somebody to go and get... Ugh. These troops suck. There's a ballista here, so we're going to get the ballista with Christian. What imps and familiars lack in strength, they make up for in numbers. Yeah, that's literally everybody. But I want one hero to pick up these wyverns real quick. We're just going to do a swap like this, and then we're going to come right back. We're going to trade these troops again. Yogg is like, dude, you are so slow. It'll save us a little bit of movement anyway. All right, whatever. Whatever. And then up we go. I do want to know what Gerd... Is it Gerd? No, Jabarkis. What Jabarkis has available for us. Down in this direction. So the windmill here. And then, yeah, if we pick up Gorgons... Oh! I got moving way too fast. I had it in my mind that you don't actually have to fight Gorgons as the defenders, and you do. And you have to fight 9 Gorgons here. You have to fight 6 wyverns, and you have to fight 3 hydras. You know, level 7 creatures, 6 creatures, and 5 creatures. That was a mistake, and that's actually a pretty big loss here. Thankfully, we did pick up Christian, and he will be able to pick up the basic pathfinding, but... Ouch. That just hurts. And I can't win, and there's nothing I can do about it, so... It's just like that moment in the show Adventure Time, if you've ever seen that. And I really haven't seen much of it, so if somebody's in the comments and like, yeah, I love that show, we should talk about it. Sorry, I'm going to disappoint you. But there is one point that I really do like, just that I've seen. And the guy is like, you see this cup? This is literally my favorite cup. And he throws it out the window and goes, ah! He's like, there, now it's gone. And that means it's not real, so I don't care about it anymore. And that makes me laugh, because you know what? Whatever you got to do to cope. And so me saying that it'll be fine and that I have Christian there who can take over that guy's job, that's a cope. I agree. It's a cope. I know it. You know it. It'll be fine. Okay. Once again, didn't pick up this alchemist lab, and I just don't feel like we had the time. I really don't. Which is so weird to say. I think that Yogg is definitely going to be able to get as far as Adela can go. If she retreats into the swamp, that's going to be rough, but understandable. Pack of Hydras, can we defeat them? Yeah. Are the losses going to be acceptable? Probably. Like, I guess. I don't know. I've just got to get up here as quickly as I can, and the Boots of Speed might be the best thing for me. Several. No, hold on. Several Hydras. We need to get one more week's worth of Hydras. Hydras here, and then I'll be feeling much better. Behemoths? What's the likelihood we get the behemoth layer? Crystal? We got crystal. We just need the gold. We may get behemoths this week too. It's day 4. We may. Oh, I like that decision from the AI. That's a good decision from the AI. They're saying, look, we know that there are excellent troops up here. There's a capital up here. This is definitely should be their priority. And the fact that I picked up Mosswood doesn't really change that. So, good choices from them. +5 on the Mercury. And I said it before, and I really mean it. We are going to go south, and we're going to clear out finally this whole area, and that might be part of the push that we need. That really might be. Gerd is a level 1 battle mage. Oris is going to be better with the attack skill, so we're going to do it just like this. And then Gerd's going to head back up to the front. I don't care as much about that as I do whatever else is down here. Might as well pick up the Learning Stone. Takes you a little bit out of your way, but you get some other goodies. I don't know about Gretchen. Like, they're just ignoring Gretchen. What I can tell you is that it's gonna for sure be a good idea to purchase all these troops. Incredibly costly, absolutely. Worth it, absolutely yet again. I wonder if they're gonna go south or not. I wonder what the enemy's focusing on. Where'd you get diamond golems? Interesting. I really do need 1 more week's worth of HYDRAS. Although, maybe the enemy has once again presented me with a unique opportunity. If they're going to go in that direction, maybe I just go the other way. You're pissing me off. I can't stop you. I don't have time to stop you. I've got to be on my way. And so it will be Christian that has to pick up 1 additional week's worth of creatures and then defeat Adela. Scorpicores aren't going to help. Do we get the Boots of Speed now? If you don't get them now, when are you going to get them? Like, really? Like, this is, like, they're on the way. How often does that happen? Not very. If the HYDRAS want to run, we will let them. Maybe. Maybe I should have taken the diplomacy. Because I had the opportunity for the advanced diplomacy. The fact that we don't have to fight them, though, is good. The fact that we could fight them and win, though, is great. Just for experience. We're going to have to defeat Naga in just a second. Let's forego that fight. Visiting a local wise man, you explain the intent of your journey. He reaches into a chest and withdraws a strange pair of boots, which he hands to you. That'll increase our movement over the land. We do have the basic, it's only basic pathfinding. Let's pick up this Naga bank and then head north. Do you want to attack the Naga bank and the guards? Yes, I do. These losses look great. Whoa, that's a lot of gold, which is excellent. And then Alkin's going to be full magic points. I didn't really finish that thought, did I? Here's the thought that I didn't finish. This unique opportunity, if these enemies go north, here, then I just go up the road here. If you've got HYDRAS here, I know you got HYDRAS over here. Can I get up the road that far, that fast? Maybe if I've got Boots of Speed now. Oh, no. Expert Prayer. Right now, the Expert Prayer is not that good. Okay. It's good. Don't get me wrong. But I think that the movement speed is more important than the +2 to all my primary stats. Knowing that right before a battle starts, I can always pull together the Holy Alliance, the Angelic Alliance. I can always pull that together at the last possible second. Unless the enemy attacks me, in which case, we're having a tough time. I'm going to put Gretchen right here. Maybe that'll eat up some of the enemy's movement points. Maybe they're going to want to attack me or something. I don't know. I'm going to split off 1 single lizard. Just because. Because I don't know why Broghild is going this way. I really don't. And then with all this gold left, I think that we do pick up the behemoths. Too big of a deal. Probably not the HYDRAS here, though. Do we get the castle for the defenses? Do we get the castle for the defenses? Let's wait on any other purchases here. let's wait on any other purchases here. If it's, well, tomorrow's gonna be day 6. Let's get the basilisks. Yeah, and then let's just go on to the next day. Okay, another enemy hero shows up. I think that is Pyre. Okay, forces suffered a bitter defeat. And in fact, that was not the hero attacking that castle that I thought it would be. And that's actually very bad. How do I mean? I was hoping that Alkin would be the one to go up north that far. They did not. And if they don't go that north that far that fast, then we're in a little bit of trouble. Yes, sir, we got trouble. Earthquake, not often seen, not an oft-used spell. Bad morale. Yeah, look at these diamond golems. That's just weird. There's got to be a something around there. What do I mean? There's got to be a factory. Is that what it is? I don't remember what it's called. Maybe it's a factory. But we'll just kill what we can. When they have 12 attack and 13 defense, though, we are doing very little damage. These Royal Griffins are going to tear me a new one. I will try and get onto their shooters with my Serpent Flies. Yeah, actually, the longer this fight goes, the better. These main buildings are actually doing a ton of damage. And the Earthquake, then, is going to get you in with the Diamond Golems and the Air Elementals. And if just the Royal Griffins are getting attacked by all these creatures, we might be okay. Although I'm guessing that the Royal Griffins are actually going to pull off to help deal with the Serpent Flies. Like, if I had to guess, that's what I would do. That's actually definitely what I would do, by the way. I would definitely cast as many spells as possible. I think that sounds like a great idea. I'm going to try and prevent another meteor shower from going down. There's no point in attacking the Griffins. Might as well make them lose 3 more Griffins on the left turret, right turret, stuff like that. Meh, whatever. I do like, by the way, if you're unfamiliar with it, Heroes 2 suffers in a way that Heroes 3 does not. I think it's artillery. Is it artillery or ballistics that lets you control your main ballista, left turret, right turret in a battle? One of them does. And that's actually excellent because in Heroes 2, you just kind of suffer. You are at the very mercy of wherever the turrets want to attack. Like now, maybe I want to focus all the damage on the Griffins, and maybe they're just not going to let me. It is what it is. Oh, hey, you're going to have to take one more round of combat damage. Sucks to be you. Oh well. They did take a lot more losses though, and that's fine with me. Imagine if he didn't have 100 spell points. And then that does waste a little bit of time from Alkin. Let's just take a quick look at what Alkin has. 6 effing HYDRAS. You're kidding me. 6? Brother. My word. And 33 Wyverns. My word. 15, 12. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is totally not good. 6, 33, 18, even 58. Goodness gracious. The nice thing though is that this army does not have any ranged creatures, and that actually suits me very well. Because then I don't feel like I need to attack heading out. I don't need to push forward into them. I can be more defensively strategic, and that's great for me. I like that Adela came this way. That was really nice. And so maybe actually picking up this Naga bank and all that stuff was really great for me. Not even just good, but great. Again, Boots of Speed, like we've talked about, I can now put the Angelic Alliance back together. Now fight this fight. Because the Boots of Speed gets calculated at the end of the turn. Okay. The only reason why I'm fighting this fight is I just want to see if I can keep the enemy from running. No guarantees. But she's actually a bad hero. 1, 2, 3, and 3 on the attack, defense, power, and knowledge. 13 spell points. We're going to have the Angelic Alliance for the prayer. We're going to be in a good position. She's not. I'm going to put the goblins at the very top here. Okay. And that's a massive prayer. Gnolls are tough. Actually, these 20 basilisks are pretty tough. Oh, they're gone though. Oops. Sorry. We can't keep them from running. I'm going to wait with the rest of my... No, we can't keep them from running. They're going to run. There's nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about that. At least this way, when they cast a spell, I don't feel too bad. Darn. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. 1 and 8. Okay, it is what it is. And then I don't think the Alkin can actually reach us. Wait a second. I messed up. Did Alkin have... I've got to spend the 2,500 gold here to get Gretchen again. Did Alkin have... spell points? Did Alkin pick up this magic well? They have to have. They have to have. Yeah, no. Now that I think about it, I think I do remember that Alkin did pick up all the spell points, and that's understandable. Okay. Yeah, for a second there, I was going crazy. Because that's a big deal about whether or not you fight these fights or not. We're going to be out a couple of these HYDRAS, but I think that we push over to here, knowing that he should not be able to reach me. Actually, though, he doesn't have slow troops, really. I think we go just to right about here. Or do we hope? Do we hope that this is too far on dirt? Did we just go to right here? And I think that we hope that we are out of range, because if we are in range, they attack us, we're going to lose for 2 reasons. Number 1, I'm going to keep the boots of speed on. And number 2, we just have less troops. So, not loving any of this insofar as that goes. Why do we got to cut these things so close? Phixfox, this is going to be the second time you're going to lose this scenario. I'm not going to lose this scenario. Yeah, you are. You're going to put yourself in harm's way, and you're going to make the same mistakes you've always made. No, I'm not, man. No, I'm not. You can believe me. I'm going to be very efficient with my time and space. It's going to be great. Don't worry. I'm going to accept these losses. I don't think that the stronghold troops are going to be pretty useful for me moving forward. I mean, they're going to be useful, but they're not going to be like critically important, I don't think. Although we do have behemoths coming. We do have behemoths coming. Maybe Gretchen should have gone here for a hero transfer, because this should be at least 1 behemoth, 2 behemoths. Yeah, we're too far away from the castle. I don't think I'd get the castle anyway. Okay, but what it really comes down to is whether or not Alkin can reach us right now or not. Looks like no. If the enemy moved in that direction, it makes me think no. I had a scout who located Alandora before me. We got the proper rest. We've seen that before. And we're in a good way. We're in a very good way now. I'm not nearly so concerned about our time as I otherwise would be, because Alkin went south. We've got a lot of time. We've got a lot of time before we actually have to worry about that. It would be... Ooh! 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 Wow. If we do this, we can get HYDRAS. I think we can definitely defeat this army. There's going to be 100 spell points you got to contend with, but I think we can defeat this army. Here's the question. Do you go right into where they're toughest and then you back yourself into a corner? Or, and I mean this with all my heart, or do you try and go north, west, and go in this direction? I don't know the answer. I do not know the answer, and it kills me that I don't know the answer to this. This feels like a test that you have at school, and you just don't know the answer. I'm going to want this gold now. I'm probably going to wait. It's going to cost me 8,000 gold. No, it's going to cost me 2,000 gold. 4,000 gold. It's going to cost me about 4,000 gold to wait on this capital. I'm going to want to make sure that I hit my marks as far as getting troops and getting money out. I'll wait on the orcs. It's not going to be nearly so good for me as waiting for the water wheel and then these troops. I think you're going to take a beating if you fight this fight. And for what? 2 HYDRAS? 1 extra week's worth of creatures? Is that going to be enough to change your mind about whether you fight the HYDRAS or not? No, I really don't think that it does. I do not think that it does. How far will Christian be able to get up here? Assuming that I have one fast troop, just one single troop faster than 4 speed. 5 speed, that's still better. Because here we're going to get 2 more. Christian's more or less going to get to probably right about here. Gretchen can grab this, move down, move troops up. Hero chain to right here. I can bring to bear, call it 4 HYDRAS on top of what I have here. And he had 6, 8. I will have the tougher forces, but that's not going to be the problem. The problem is going to be the spell power. Not to mention, and I mean this with all my heart, not to mention the losses that we will take here in Hermit Cove. What troops do I have here? Well, I got some troops here. If you can defeat both of these forces, you're going to be in the money. You're going to be in the driver's seat. And I think I can. I think it's going to be close, but I think it can be done. If you go this way, you're going into the unknown, and you might be able to do something nifty, but there's no guarantees. How far up the road can we go? We can go this far right now. We could probably get to whatever castle's over here. And you know they have HYDRAS over there, but they don't have a tough hero who's going to blast you to bits with spells. Right now we need bigger stacks of troops so we take less damage over the long course of a fight. I think that we go this direction. I think we go west. I know that I've been building towards this here to the east. I think that it's a good decision. I think that this is just a better one. We're going to go out of our way for the rally flag. We're going to follow this road up as far as it goes, and it's got to take me to a castle I can take on day 1. It's got to take me to a castle I can take on day 1, and that castle must have some nice troops in there. I'm going to set up my hero chain now. Basic learning? No. Sure, why not? I don't care. Don't care. Okay. And I don't want to upgrade any troops right now because I don't think any of my other troops are upgraded. Except for the serpent flies. We're going to leave them there. Jeez. It really depends on how far Gretchen gets. It really depends on how far Christian gets. Can we reach? Probably not. Gretchen thinks that Gretchen can reach to right about... Let's just call it here, assuming Christian can't make it the full way. So let's go to right here. Too far away here. Maybe you can reach me here. Then again, Yogg can only make it because of these boots of speed, because they're so nuts. Speaking of which, okay. And then hero chains elsewhere. This is tenuous, but calculated. Watch as my best laid plans go to waste. Not bad. Okay, that was about what we expected. And so now, hold on. Christian's got to figure out how far Christian can get. Christian can get right to there. And I need to know so that way I can figure out. So Gretchen's got to go right above the swan. If we go to here, and then to here, Gretchen can then get only about that far. That is close enough that we could hire another hero. And then Nymus can reach fairly far, but not all the way. We would want to get out as many of these troops as possible. If I'd known I would have needed another hero, I would have moved Nymus up further. Rally flag, not a good decision because the swamp is going to actually take more movement than it gives. And this is probably not too far to go back out of my way. I just don't know if this road goes all the way to the east or not. Because I don't know how far I can get with these troops, I think that instead we're going to send Nymus up to just simply support and try and pick up some freebies. And I think that we're going to keep everybody else back. So the calculation ultimately didn't pay off because I would rather make sure that these troops stay safe when I can use them later. Unfortunately. Okay. So here we are. And somehow we spent all of our gold just right there. I swear, I thought we had more gold than that. Nope. We do apparently fight this crypt. That's going to be 1,500 gold. We're going to pick up 1,000 more gold here. We're going to pick up maybe 2,000 more gold here. That's good for other troops for later. Orb of Inhibition, we haven't forgotten about that. Gretchen. I mean, I think that we're going to lose Drakenmore in just a second, but that was, again, more or less calculated. We know there's an enemy hero over here. Wait, hold on. Before I forget, let's trade out here. And we've got to get to a castle, and there has to be HYDRAS up here for this to be a good choice. There's one single null, and somehow you lose all this? I'm very confused. That shouldn't be the case. Like what? How'd you lose? How did you mess that up? I mean, you must have walked into the boiling tar. That's the only thing I could think of. Okay. We're going to accept that. And then capital. There's a capital up here. Excellent. And there's HYDRAS up here. Excellent. This might be a time, actually. They've got the Mighty Gorgons here. They've got troops that we can upgrade here. We're going to hop in. We're going to buy the... Oh, it's going to be the Serpent Flies. I was thinking about upgrading my Wyverns right now. We are not going to do that right now. We're going to purchase up here. And then tomorrow we're probably going to head out. I think it's time to leave Goblins and the Wolves. Hate to do it, but I think that it's going to be the time. And then actually I think that another hero right now is actually pretty critical. So we can get out and do some exploring. Scouting, definitely the scouting. 350 gold. 350 gold for Nagash. Tan has the most powerful forces. I think that we better listen when he says that. I think I'd rather have somebody slower who can give me gold, because the two enemies I'm really worried about are over here, right? That's where the fear is. I do have the most number of towns with 4. Nagash is going to head up this direction. 1,000 gold there. Quest guard, that's interesting. 2 ore here. Is this for Yogg? Does Yogg have to get this quest guard? Yogg's got way too many movement points to just not head out today. But not enough gold to purchase everybody, not enough gold to do everything we want to do. But we got to get out this direction. Because again, there's one more enemy hero in here, and I want to deal with them. Choices everywhere. I think that we abandon the troops in here. I hate to lose them. 7 Wyverns, jeez. I will potentially waste Gretchen. And here's how I mean. If Gretchen gets caught, then Gretchen gets caught. And so be it. But Gretchen needs at least the opportunity to save these troops and get back out. I think so. Next turn, Nagash is going to find out about this quest guard. And then roll into the sawmill. Well, we only have the basic pathfinding. Are we going to have enough troops to fight here? I don't think so. I really don't think so. We're going to save the behemoths for now. And then purchase and just grab everything else we can. I'm just struggling with this decision about whether or not we should head off or stay. What troops don't need to be upgraded? Here. So just upgrade. Just leave these troops behind so they can get upgraded. Oh, you can upgrade them right now. They're not that expensive. Okay, never mind. All right, we just head on out, and then we will resupply when we can. That's what we're going to do. Through the swamp. Oop, that's a big mistake, actually. I was hoping I could go this way. It looks like not, and I don't want to get the mystical garden. And I don't want to get caught in the swamp. I don't want to get caught in the swamp. On to a new day. Okay, so there's 2 enemies there. I thought that there was only 1. 2 is actually a little bit worse. They're ignoring this castle, and that's really great for me. Gretchen's going to get in, and we're going to spend all of our gold here to purchase all these troops, actually. And this is one of those times where the troops are not as important as it is important to just keep them away from the enemy. Keeping the troops away from the enemy is always a viable strategy. Let's head south immediately. Ignoring the windmill, we don't have time. Don't have any gold at the moment. Let's just have Nagash figure out what's up here. Oh, I guess that's also a little bit out of our way. 500 gold. There's too many things that we need gold for and just not enough gold. Amazing how you're getting almost 10k gold and you just don't have enough. Don't have enough gold at all. If I miss out on 1 week of wolves, is that really going to matter? No. Can I take the Naga bank? Probably not. It depends on how many there are. And so for that reason, I think that Yogg needs to start heading south. Pyre and Marist. How close are we to Alkin? We're pretty close. I don't want to get too close to Alkin. We're not going to fight right now. Ouch. Self-inflicted wound. I think that this might be enough to defeat this Naga bank. We'll step on it and we'll figure out what else is there. Looks like these enemies here have ignored us. If these enemies have ignored us, then we will ignore them. Christian's finally going to at least defeat the Gorgons. Whatever. Just take it. And we'll look at getting those in a second. Lizard Warriors, might as well. Geez, probably not, actually. He doesn't need experience. I didn't think that we'd take those kind of losses. Okay. I can officially feel myself hitting the wall. We are now... Geez, 2 hours, 40 minutes into this recording. Tell you what, I'm going to take a quick pause. So that way I can take like a 5-minute break, recoup, get my faculties back, and then we'll finish this off. I would like to do these scenarios in one full day. That just feels really, really important to me to do. So we're going to take a quick pause so I can eat some food, get my blood sugar back up, and we'll be right back. So I think that what we're going to need to do is know that what I didn't want to have happen up here has now happened over here. We are more or less cordoned off from where we want to be. Now, the bad part about that is that it's going to be hard to resupply from everything south of this 50% line, this imaginary horizontal line that splits this map in half horizontally. Resupplying from the south, going to be pretty difficult. But the good thing is this way was pretty much certain death in the dirt, because you are going to always struggle with getting out. This is a choke point. This is a choke point. Here, you can go up to the left on the road, or you can go to the right, because I think that this goes around and through. And so with that being said, I think that we stay far away from Alkin. We hope that he gets lost on the road or through the swamp, and then whichever way he goes, we just go the other way. And so with that being said, I think that we double check. I got the boots of speed on. We're not going to fight. I think we just mentioned that. I forget where I'm at because I just took like a 10-minute break and I left the recording going, so I'm going to have to edit this a little bit. But I think that for that reason, I'm going to go into the swamp rather than go back in this direction. Ooh, there's a Heart of the Magi. That could be useful. One thing I just realized, by the way, there's a lot of water here. It's been a long time since I played this map. For some reason, I seem to remember that there is some water activity, some boats. It's been a while. It's been a minute. So we're just going to have to wait and find out. Gonna have to wait and see. Looks like we are going to lose Nymus. I don't know why Pyre decided to come after us. But okay. Okay. We're going to accept that. And then we do lose all of this here. We just had no gold, and we did get the troops out, if I seem to remember. I think so. Might as well just double check on this. I'm expecting one major spell to just ruin my day here. There you go. And so at least we killed a couple more of their lizards. Oh, and then that's the second time we've seen the enemy go south in that direction. This is actually pretty nifty. If Alkin goes way too far south, that might give us some other opportunities. I have to see what this is. The king wants to see some 15 Chaos Hydras. In order for him to do so, we need to look outside the kingdom, bring us them, and we will let you through. What could possibly be so good that you wouldn't want to give up 15 Hydras? Probably the Orb of Inhibition, huh? And so that's probably what prevents you from just rushing through the scenario and avoiding fighting. Like, it probably is what makes it so you have to fight somebody at some point. Which means that we actually have to defeat Alkin. But if he goes south, if he goes into this direction, I'm fine. Bro, take my behemoths. I don't even care. Okay, I do care. But that's more okay with me. Wow, 6 gems. That's more okay with me than taking over my Hydras and you adding to your Hydra stack. Like, I would want these, I would want him to go this way instead of this way down south. The problem is, though, is I think that Gretchen, I mean, the enemy has already seen all of this at least once. And so I think that they're probably going to come on back and try and finish me off. I really think that they will. So I think that this is probably just a windmill, probably nothing special in there. Let's get this out of the Magi. You enter a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you what places near and far, which may aid you in your journeys. Oh, there is water here. There is water here. That is crazy. Orb of the Firmament, Orb of Driving Rain, Orb of Tempestuous Fire, Orb of Silt. Am I going to need to get one and then bring it to this other quest guard? It looks like there's 4 quest guards here. My goodness. Not loving that. I'm just going to step here to see, as far as this Naga bank, how many Nagas there are. Lots and several. That's closer comparable to this Naga bank than it was in the previous scenario. We're going to stay away from that. We are going to get this Dragonfly Hive after we get this +1, though. And with those Wyverns, and I'm going to use those to roll into the Medusa. Ooh, really? Losses are still acceptable. Yeah. Still acceptable. We'll take the basic layer ship. 6 Wyverns, not bad. And that will, again, help us take these Medusa stores much easier. We're even going to split these Wyverns like this. 1 in 24. That's just fine. And that's 6 sulfur and 3,000 gold. Probably still too much for the Naga, but now I'm starting to think about saving troops wherever I can. Here is 9 Wolf Riders. Plenty more sulfur. And I need to be able to run with whatever behemoths I have here. I think it's 2. I got 2 behemoths here. Will Alkin go south and leave himself open to a counterattack? I don't know. Is there something really good over here? I don't know. And in fact, I think that this changes my decision a lot. I thought that there was a path here. There might be a path here. That is not a guarantee. And if that's the case, we need to head back to the main road now. It's not worth it to me to spend the time to maybe find out. I have gold so I can purchase other heroes who can do that. In fact, Nagash needs to hop inside just so we can get Shiva. Yeah, Tan still has the most powerful forces. I'm guessing that that's definitely true. Yeah, we still have the most number of towns, but we're still definitely behind in terms of power, in terms of speed, in terms of everything. So Shiva's going to head off. Nagash can pick up this sawmill first thing tomorrow. And I just need to explore. Maybe even with my scouting on Shiva, she doesn't have to go all the way in here. Gem Pond, worth it or not. It's day 3. I think we could pick all this up with her and Nagash. Yeah, okay. And so we have capital here, no capital here, but good troops still, a few at least. 5,000 gold, we're still getting 8,000 gold per day. We have to see what Alkin will do. No guarantees. No idea what Alkin will do. Alkin goes and disappears. That's so interesting. And probably the best thing for me. Probably. Shiva will continue on her way. I think Nagash can pick up that. Let's just use our scouting to make sure that there's nothing that we really need before we go in this direction. Okay. Haven't seen anything yet. Oh, here. And one serpent fly. Because for some reasons, I don't think that skeletons are going to be very useful in this scenario at all. In fact, unless there's something really crazy over here, I think that Shiva can probably take care of all this, and we'll have Nagash go south. We do still have the Boots of Speed on. Unless we have to defeat Alkin, I think we're still going to be okay there. What are these lizard warriors guarding? I wonder. Mountains, swamp foliage. I don't think that they are guarding anything, actually. Which is a little interesting. I think that this Library of Enlightenment is a big deal. That's +2 to all your primary stats. We need to go step on that. And here's the thing that I'm concerned about. This subterranean gate, that could be the play. I mean, I'm guessing that... No, hold on. You need the Orb of Tempestuous Fire? The Orb of Inhibition to probably get down there. Yeah. And so I think that we just need to head over this way. And I don't think that Alkin will turn around just for us. Not right now, anyway. Not this current moment. Let's have Christian take everybody that he can get. Gretchen needs to just drop off some troops. Like this. And then she can go back and pick up things like the gold. Did we already pick up wyverns this turn? I know we picked up the basilisks. I don't know, but we're going to double check. That's always going to be worth our time. And so I guess a Christian can go in this direction then. Okay. With behemoths, we can take this Naga bank. Let's pick up the serpent flies at least. +1 morale at the temple. And let's just pick everybody up here. This gold may just help us get other troops. Any gold that we get from this Naga bank could just be useful for buying more fortress troops. And then let's see, are we going to get Alkin coming back out of the monolith? I'm wondering, because Pyre is sitting right here. That may mean that he doesn't try to come back. Just maybe. We'll see. Day 4. Looks like Pyre's moved. Oh, there's a hero there. I did not expect that at all. Hello. Oh, it's Adela. There's another castle up here. There's got to be another castle right there, doesn't there? Hold on. So Nagash is going to sit here. Pick up whatever we can get there. And you know what? We never actually picked up these troops. That's why you shouldn't take a break, even for food. We must play heroes at all points of the day. And you must just be a strong enough individual to not have to worry about food. Otherwise, you will miss things. You will forget things. You will be an absolute loser. And we can't have that now, can we? Let's upgrade. There are no upgrades here. At some point, we got to get the upgraded wyverns. I'm operating off of like some really low-level troops, and it's starting to bug me because I know that we're better than that. I do, but just small things at the moment anyway. Let's get the troops back, swap them over, and we'll get the Mercury and stuff next turn as Oris goes south. And I think that again with these troops we will defeat the Naga sooner rather than later. I thought that maybe we were going to do it next turn. I guess we're going to do it right now. Can we do it? 2 attack, 2 defense. No spells really to speak of. Yeah, protection from air isn't going to help you. It's really going to come down to these behemoths and some of these other troops. Lots and several. Yeah, you can beat that. Dang it! No, not again! I can't take losses like this. Okay, you've at least got to win. Oh my gosh, it's 6. Yeah, a few is up to 4, several is 5 to 10. Anyway. Okay. Okay, this is pretty tough. Let's do the basic strategy where we back off as far as we can back off. We pull our troops back to the west. We'll go from there. Okay, gonna lose a lot of wolves. Yeah, 56 down to 35. And really, part of the problem is that we just are gonna lose a lot of troops because no retaliation. Goodness gracious. Okay, here and here. And a lot of these troops are kind of low level as well, which doesn't help at all. Thankfully, Naga are fairly slow. These 6 are going to get to go. And then it's going to be the others over here. So the goblins are going to get to escape as well. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, I did not think that would be the case. I might as well get a hit off where I can with gnolls. Might as well. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I did not expect that movement from these troops. Let's do 21 damage. Thank you. Thank you. 111 damage onto the behemoths. Ouch. I will take the damage onto the wyverns. 6 down to 5. 5 down to 4. Wolves are zoned off from this fight. Behemoths are going to take 1 step back. I don't want to attack into the Naga because I'm just going to take too much damage from these other troops as they come up. So I don't love this. Is it worth it to wait? I think that if you wait, you're going to take damage from these 6 Naga. So let's back off here. Let's move back. 4 down to 3. Oh, 3 down to 2. No, not even 3 down to 2. My word. 19. Go down there. We're going to wait on these gnolls. 1 behemoth does go down. And the gnolls have to try and play spoiler just a little bit. Yeah, there's no chance. There's no chance. Just going to hit auto combat. Because at this point, there's no amount of tactics I can do that's going to help this go better. The only thing that might have been useful was having some great luck with the petrify off of those basilisks. It's the only thing. And one of the big things that hurts is that next time we go to attack this, if I attack this same dwelling next week, all of these defenders are going to come back. Well, that shows you what I know. Okay. I wish I could get around Adela. I cannot. I am faster. I'm much faster. Of course, she might be able to get this Fountain of Youth and that can help her, but I'm still generally faster. I haven't seen Alkin. It's day 5. We can get here in 2 turns. That's going to give us actually a little bit of time to go out of our way to get this or this. The gold is probably the best thing. I don't think that we just saw Alkin go back to Drakkenmore, did we? Is there a hero here? If there is, I don't want to know about it. We're just going to go and take this. Ah, we know those forces. That should be Broghild right there. And that's not somebody that I'm looking forward to defeating because, again, the spells. But if we can potentially keep him from walking all over us, that'll be great. Why are there so many HYDRAS all over this map? I think that this is Alkin. I think that Alkin came back and I didn't even realize it. Right? I think it has to be. I'm not sure. Nagash might as well pick up most of these troops. Yeah, we're not going to upgrade them because we don't know if we can keep these castles or not. But we definitely want enough troops to make Adela hate her life. So Nagash is going to head out, and hopefully Shiva and Nagash can beat her. Pyre's right there. There's Adela. Who was that? Is that the guy? Is that our guy? I think it is, actually. Trying to make sure that we don't mess this up. Angelic Alliance is on. 1,000 gold here. Taking back this town. Day 6. Wish I had more HYDRAS. These losses look fine. I guess there is no hero here. It's hard to tell if there is or is not a hero. Actually, and what allows you to do that? Scouting? Does scouting give you that extra bonus in Heroes 3? I know in Heroes 2 you just have to get enough Thieves Guilds, but here we've got 3-4 Thieves Guilds, and that's not helping us out here. I don't know. Ultimately, our goals are being met. We're dancing away from the enemy, we're getting bigger, we're getting tougher, we're getting stronger all the time. Our goals are being met. We should be pretty happy with what we've got going on. The only way that I'm not happy is that I don't know how we're going to defeat these other big, tough guys. Well, and the answer is just get bigger, tougher, stronger guys. Advanced pathfinding, very useful. We are 1 level away from being maxed out for this scenario, by the way. Okay, we are going to hop in for just one quick second. The defense, whatever else is here. And because it's day 6, do we head back out now so we don't get trapped? I think so. What are they doing over here? I don't know. If all of a sudden we see them sailing over here, that'll be bad. Or maybe that'll be good, actually. Maybe that'll be good. Because if they sail in a direction where we can't really catch them, or like they're going to be stuck somewhere, that could be useful. Gerd is now going to have to go into this monolith so that we can see what the enemy is doing. Shiva is going to consider, can we somehow pull this off? Yeah, we want these troops over here. And with just this little bit of an adjustment, we should be able to rock Adela. Plus basic tactics, that'll help a lot. You are kidding me. No way. She's like a 2-2-1 type of hero. There's no way. There's no way. 2-2, 2 attack, 2 defense, 3 power, 4 knowledge. I got 4 attack, so she's higher level than me. I mean, she's got to have some crazy spells, right? That's got to be what it is. We're going to move all of our troops up top here. Just because I've got to find a way to deal with this. I can't lose all these troops on this front as well. That would just be too much. Let's see. My dragon flies are going to go, and then their serpent flies. I think the 5 are not going to kill me here. And then, unless there's like a slow that comes out or something, we'll be fine. Oh, great. We survive with 8 hit points left. That's actually pretty massive. Knowing that we have the shield down there, that's actually a big shield. I think that's 30% damage reduced. I'm going to move up here just in case I can get good morale. I don't. Might as well move up here. And then I think we wait here. Okay, and we are going to take the damage from the ranged attack, unfortunately. 120 damage. That's a lot of damage, but that's not really the big force that we need to contend with, is it? It's really these gnolls. Who still has to go this round of combat? 2 wyverns? That's not going to help. Wyverns are going to attack here. Do we try and just use the death stare? It's only going to kill a few of the gnolls. It's not really going to matter. And that shield is going to last for 3 turns. Everybody's about to get really shielded. How about we get damage down on a creature that we can deal with right now? Yeah. Before they get shielded next, let's deal with the unshielded creatures while we can. Okay. Let's see. HYDRAS have got to get in there a little bit too, if at all possible. The Basilisk is actually going to take the retaliation off of this one Gnoll. Gnolls are going to go. Gnolls are going to go. Let's do like this. And then that way the HYDRAS won't get attacked. But I think that these Gnolls will move, and then we can potentially move on in there. We'll at least see what's going to happen here. Let's continue to get the damage off on these lizard men. Down to 36. Blind. Great. And actually, I think that the blind lock is probably worse than anything else. 2 serpent flies going to go down from 5 to 3. 1 stack of the wyverns goes down. There goes another blind. Yeah, I think it's going to be the blinds more than anything. And I don't think I have any way. Yeah, no way whatsoever of dealing with that. Let's try and kill 1 full stack of creatures. That kind of thing absolutely can matter. 7 to 13, we do kill there. And we might get a nice little, I don't want to say like a surround, but the HYDRAS are going to be in range potentially to get lizardmen and gnolls. Problem is that there's still 1 round there, 1 round there. Let's keep this wyvern alive. Make them spend the attack. We're up, and we've got this beautiful 3-person hit, and the Gorgons should be up in just a second. So 58 gnolls down to 37. We get to go again. Yeah, and the power of the HYDRAS is massive. The Ice Bolt for 70 points of damage is actually pretty big too. They're going to be able to kill 1 more of these HYDRAS if they want them in just a second. I think that we try and focus on, again, whole stacks where we can. We got 1, not 2 of the gnolls. 1 gnoll remaining in this single stack. I think that we can't stop it. I think that we are going to take some additional damage. 5, 6. Let's give it a shot. Let's give the HYDRAS a chance to get either good luck or good morale. Let's see it, baby. Nah, we got him anyway, so she doesn't get 1 more spell off. We save the HYDRAS. Big fight, and really turning a loss into a victory is fantastic. More important than that, I think, I'm going to take the leadership here, is that I think that means that there's no enemies behind us, and that was really my concern, was, oh my goodness, there's a person here that is stopping us from feeling secure in this area of the map. And that is probably the worst feeling in the world, where you think you have things on lockdown and then it just falls apart. Troglodytes, still no. The answer was no before. The answer is still no now. I do want to head on up so that Yogg can potentially get a little bit of a resupply here. And Gretchen, it's day 6. Probably going to want Gretchen to go just right about here. Oh, hold on. Let's pick up this Serpent Fly Hive just so we can get these upgrades now. If we don't get them now, we may never. And I'm wondering if we upgrade the wyverns or not. Part of the reason why we would is because, of course, they're just better and we might have the gold. Part of the reason why we might not is because, well, if we do, then it's harder potentially to resupply Yogg until he gets his wyverns upgraded. And still we wait for Alkin to come back out of this monolith. Oh, Christian feels that the odds are overwhelming. And he's okay, so it was Alkin. I missed that. I totally thought that Alkin was still through that monolith, and he's not. And now he's come out. And that's good, because I don't want to fight him in one area here. I'm going to lose this huge resupply. As long as this fight can go, that's going to be better for me. Assuming we lose all these troops anyway, let's just lose them in the best possible way. You know, taking off whoever we can kill. Ouch. And then we're going to hopefully make him waste 1 more bit of spells. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to me. As many spell points as I can siphon off of Alkin, the better. Okay, 64 down to 54, down to... I don't know why 1 lizard warrior was going to kill a serpent fly in my mind. Oh gosh, you've got the mass shield. Expert earth magic, my word. Sure, Christian, run. I don't even care. Okay, so it's day 7. Gretchen does have the pathfinding, so Gretchen can run around the long way here. In fact, I think that we can totally kill Pyre. We're just gonna do it like this. Yeah, better not lose that fight. We'll pick up this crystal mine and we're gonna go in this direction. Again, trying to get Alkin to waste some time, waste some movement. And Gerd is... I don't know. I think that we still want to go through this monolith. I think we do. I think I want to just explore and see what's over here. Seers hut. I wonder what's in there. Nagash needs to get back so we can do a nice resupply. In fact, we're going to go over to here. And so we're going to hire another hero that's going to do the hero chain to there, to there, to there. We'll see how far we can get over here. I can get this castle, but I think it may be a little bit of a trap because Alkin can definitely come back and reach. And I don't think that my forces are big enough right now. This Hermit Cove is my main priority. Don't care about Marist at all. Let's pick up the +1 here. Let's pick up the +1. Let's go to right about here. Because I definitely don't think that Alkin can get that far. And we are going to break up the Angelic Alliance. We are going to put the Boots of Speed on. Will a hero here be able to reach us? Let's make it Christian. Actually, I never took Christian's Ballista. Wait, did I? What happened to Christian's Ballista? I bought him specifically for the Ballista and then I lost it. Huh. Maybe somebody else killed it. I don't know. Okay, but Christian can reach here today. Jeez. This is giving me heart palpitations. Fountain of Youth. Just so we can, again, explore in this area. Is there another castle? Is there another... What is over here? There's nothing over here but one more Tiva hero? I mean, if that's one pikeman, I think I win. But if she's got one single magic arrow, I completely lose. Like, these heroes are just spawning out of nowhere. My goodness. Okay, so Yogg is purposefully here. So we can get 2 resupplies, because we'll see how far Nagash can get, actually. Actually, how far can Nagash get? Nagash can get to right here. And that means that that's how far Yogg will go. That means Yogg will go to right here. And then we're going to make this happen. That's going to be 2, 4, 6 or so heroes. I'm even going to send Christian out a little bit. Not so far that Marist can reach him, but far enough that he can actually make sure that we hit the resupply and hit that timing. Because it's time to defeat Alkin, excuse me. Okay. This is Drakenmore. That's Alkin. These fortress names are kind of confusing, man. Okay. I think I should win. If it's one pikeman and I just get bolted, I'm going to be so mad. There's no way I can do 10 hit points worth of damage. This sucks. I hate you so much. How about this, though? What if you don't attack me right now? What if I just wait? All right, fine, whatever. I guess I should have taken my shot and hoped I did 10 damage and then 10 damage. They've got 2 defense. There was no way that was going to happen. All right, that's that. Oh, I did not think the Christian could get attacked from there. Goodness gracious, that's bad. Do I want to retreat? Yeah, I don't even care. These cobblestone roads are killing me. On the one hand, they help because they help me move forward faster, but on the other hand, they're just rough. I seek the Orb of Firmament, Orb of Silt, Orb of Tempestuous Fire, and Orb of Driving Rain. If you bring me these 4, I will give you the Orb of Inhibition. You will need the Orb of Inhibition to get the Sword of Hellfire, and I hear that is what you're looking for to complete a mission. Correct. You rally your troops around this flag. There's a garrison here. Marsh Wall. I'm guessing that this is a place that only I can get. That quest guard? It's got to be, right? It's got to be. We haven't seen any activity over here. Maybe, just maybe, it's worth it to me to go through. I don't know. We'll see. Well, Gretchen is hanging out. Alkin has moved back north. That means we have the opportunity to resupply one more time here. We're definitely going to resupply here. We don't have nearly as many troops as you might think that we do. We're just going to get Christian again. Sure, why not? Here and here. And probably the Lizard Warriors, probably the Dragonfly Serpents, and then we are completely out of gold yet again. Something about throwing away 2,500 gold like 3 or 4 times in a row, it actually makes it really hard for you to move forward with your troops. It's the weirdest thing. You would think that if you buy more heroes with your gold and then you just have less gold, that somehow you would win. because you're scouting, right? And that's how we've framed this whole conversation. But no, apparently not. Apparently, it's not really going to help you out. Yeah, bit of a struggle here, I guess. Okay, before I do anything else, let's make sure we got the Angelic Alliance on. That could have been a mistake if we'd messed that up. We definitely want this rally flag. Let's just grab that. No matter what we do, we want the rally flag. And now... there's too many troops up here to ignore. I think that you're forced to defeat Maris now. Yeah. Glorious victory, no losses. 2,700 experience. We keep the gold mine. We still are short this gold mine. We'll see what Nagash does. Maybe he'll go back. I think that Alkin can go really freaking far. I think we got to go back. Resupply. I hope he can't go this far. That would be insane. And now that we've won that fight, once again, we switch on the boots. But we're missing 2,000 gold today. One there and one there. Then again, we've kept this castle here, Mosswood, for quite some time. Pluses and minuses, you know, just a lot of pluses and minuses. That's interesting. And that helps me make my decision a lot more, I think. I do. Gerd is going to continue and just find what we can find. Oh, Hydra Pond. +1 Hydra per day could be big. Broghild is over here. I don't know. We've already more or less done this resupply over here. Christian's going to go hunting for Tiva. I can't believe that we have to actually go hunting for Tiva. In fact, having just the Ice Bolt is probably enough to win this fight for me. So let's just go do that. And then since Alkin went south, we know that this gold mine is free, as will that be. We're going to spend the movement points because we have the boots of speed. Purchase all these troops. Actually, we need to upgrade the Gorgons, don't we? Basilisks, are they upgraded? We don't even have basilisks. 53 warriors. Let's see. Got to get the upgraded lizard den now. But yeah, we're to this point where these wolf riders and these goblins, they're not really doing anything. They're not really going to help us out. But on another hero, they're not going to do anything for you at all. So it just feels like a huge waste to even have them. Huge waste, it feels like. I'm definitely going to want the +1s just in case something crazy happens. Alkin still can't reach us. He's given us all this space. We're going to take all this space. And it may be that we end up hiring Hydras sooner rather than later. And all of a sudden, though, the Hydra count is starting to grow. And so even though this feels bad, this is how you win. Oh gosh, I didn't think that he would reach me here. That's bad. That's Hydras that I wanted to spend. Was that... how many Hydras was that I just gave up? Why are there ghost dragons in there? What? 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 I am dazed and confused. Did you just hire Pyre who just had ghost dragons? Are you insane? Is my game bugged? Do I have to fight heaven and hell all at once? My word. What is going on here? This pyramid's not going to help us, although the +2 to attack, +2 to defense, that can always be good. Yeah, where did you get... oh, it must have been at a refugee camp. And then what? Did you retreat from a battle that you didn't think you could win? I mean, that has to have been what it was. Freelancers Guild. Okay, it's not for experience, it's for resources. That's actually a good use of those barbarian troops, maybe. We're just going to check this out here. Yeah, and it's time to defeat this castle, take this back, and then I think that we're going to rush in here to Marsh Wallow, clear all this out because the pluses to the Hydra Pond is actually probably the very best thing for us now. Not worth it to get the gnolls. And so our enemy to the south now is going to help us out a lot because we know where they're at. Keep a good eye on them. is probably 1 or 2 days away from getting up to us. That doesn't feel great, but that's okay. And then I think that we'll be able to take this castle here. And maybe it's got some nice stuff. At the very least, we need the Hydra Pond, though. At the very least, we do need the Hydra Pond. These enemies are stuck down here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good timing. Timing is good. Pack of Hydras. We've got the Gorgons, so we'll be fine. Let's just split the Gorgons into 2 stacks. They should be able to really do a number on these enemies. And then, what, 1 single Dragonfly just to deal with one of the enemies. Lizard Warriors. Acceptable. 3,800 experience. We are now up to our max. Advanced Diplomacy or the Expert Logistics. I can't in good faith take the Advanced Diplomacy. We had talked about maybe the Advanced Diplomacy would have been better in a previous instance. I don't remember what the alternative was, but here, 10% movement when we've been just back and forth and going crazy with our movement. There's no time to do anything but. A powerful wizard owns this tower. He refuses to let you pass unless you bring him the Clover of Fortune. What is going on? I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. They picked up several of these serpent flies now. I can't lose another hero. We've got the Ice Bolt for 30 points of damage. Fine. Fine. I will come back with more forces. I will overwhelm you. You will have no choice but to surrender. And I will kill you. And you will be sad. Oh, aren't you going to be merciful? No, I'm going to kill you so dead that people are going to wonder, hey, where's that guy? Oh, he got killed. Like a little bit? No, he got like turbo killed. No way, like turbo? Yeah, like turbo killed, like super mega dead. Whoa, that's crazy. I didn't know that happened. Yeah, happened a little while ago. He really upset the guy that was commanding Yogg, and he just did away with him. It's crazy. And that's how you know. That's how you know that Phixfox has lost the last vestiges of his sanity, because I'm saying silly stuff like this. Where did he go? 1 hero here and 1 hero here. I hope that he goes here and then back. This is actually so bad. I thought I could take this castle and I thought I could leverage that into a win. Less likely now. I've got to clear out the enemy hero that's over here though. That one's a non-negotiable, and then we'll figure out what to do. But for now, we're just going to have to do the best we can. Look how far those guys go. It's crazy. Oh, gosh. Gotta have the Hydras. And thankfully, we can actually pick them up, or him up, because we've got room. Can we take the troops and then go? I don't think so. Yogg missed out on a little bit of movement points. Tell you what, let's do it like this, and then just give me... For dwarves? For dwarves. I don't know. Half of the Hydras? The smaller half? 4 Hydras and 1 Gnoll should be enough to deal with however many of the Hydras. And then we'll even put the Boots of Speed on Gerd. At this point, it's too late. It was a bad decision, but at this point, it's too late. Basic logistics, basic air magic, 5,000 gold. And then Yogg is going to carry on this way because we must. Don't know why I fought that fight. Literally no purpose. And then we know where Broghild is. I don't know. I think that this is too powerful of an enemy for me to not attack them. I think I must defeat them while I can. And then if I have to play Ring Around the Rosie with Alkin, I can. Any troops here? No, that's good. Any troops up here? The answer should be no. There's a couple. Not great, but okay. And Christian is now heading back. I'm finally going to kill you dead. That was always the plan. And now we're just going to make it a reality. And it looks like Dragonwing Tabard doesn't help me out. In fact, that was actually in the previous scenario, which is funny. I think that they're doing that on purpose. They're like, hey, don't say we're not giving you artifacts. We are totally giving you artifacts. These are great artifacts. And of course, you and I both know better. We're like, no, it's a bad artifact because I can't use spell power or knowledge. Okay, that was free. That's fine. That's whatever. It's day 6. We're going to get some more Hydras before the new week. Or at least one more Hydra before the new week's up anyway. Let's go here. And yeah, I think that we have to kill their second in command. This lieutenant is just too good. No behemoths to be had, but even though this parks us in the very far corner, I think that we must fight this fight. I just don't think we can do anything else. Why did I keep the boots? Because I'm too smart for my own good. Tell you what, this infinite ring of gems has been massive. We have 121 gems right now. That's going to be pretty useful. It's going to be pretty good. Very winnable fight. I don't know about keeping the enemy from running, though. And losses are going to be actually not nearly so bad as I would have thought. Yeah, our forces are too big, and so we can do more to deal with them. Let's go here and here and here. Gnolls are going to be probably the biggest force to deal with, and then the Griffins. Let's see, Serpent Flies are really fast. Here and here. And I like that we split the Hydras a little bit. Okay. Prayer goes down. I don't think I can kill 12. Oh, actually 49. I can kill 12 of their Dragonflies, and then all my forces get to go next. Nice. I actually really like that decision. That's good. Let's make sure then that we don't accidentally cover up our own forces here. Like, for example, right here, I need Hydras and other creatures to get into the fight. So let's just wait on this one Serpent Fly, Dragonfly, whatever he is. Kill 14 here. The problem is I don't know if I can kill 132 gnolls with either of these troops. I'm guessing 12k. Okay, I can kill them here. Hydra should kill there, so we kill here instead. Oh, for a second I thought that my Hydra couldn't reach, and I was very distraught. 14, we kill there. We kill here. And you know what this means? This means that the enemy does not get to run, barring some crazy misclick. Good. And so they don't get a spell off, and their number 2 does not get to run, and maybe they've got a nice artifact. Maybe they picked up this, like, the Leprechaun Fortune thing. Clover of Fortune. Terrific. Okay. That actually makes this feel a lot more worth it than it was originally feeling. And so I'm all for that. Tiva, we're just going to follow you, and eventually we're going to catch you. Who's my slowest creature? 5, 5, 6, and 4. Goodbye. We're going to need to catch her. And right now, we were even on speed. We need to be just a little bit faster. Alkin is... I want Alkin to come up to Nagash. I want him to take Nagash. Just to waste time. I think. We can go right here. So he can see me, and he'll path that way. And then we run over here. He paths all the way over there. And then we have more opportunities than we had before. The only thing I wish is I had my boots, but I don't. Okay. Another week down. I don't think that Alkin or Loinus is going to get up to here to Hermit Cove. So we hit end. Tiva is still being a jerk. Okay, so he is going to get there on week 1. Or day 1. That Sulphur Dune, I don't think I really need it, but we're going to get it anyway. If I go here, then Gerd can actually hand off the boots. So let's do that. There are guards here. Interesting. Huh, I didn't think that there would be guards in the Serpent Flies. But there are. Bro, this is turning into a really long scenario. I say turning into, and the Recording's been going for 3.5 hours. My word. What is this? Heroes of Might and Magic 2? It's funny because, you know, reasons. It's funny. It's funny. Trust me, it's funny. It's kind of funny. It's also a little bit sad because I'm sure that other people would have completed this scenario much faster. To be fair, though, the first hour and a half was spent doing playthrough number 1, and we did eventually get through that. I don't think it really matters if we go this way or this way. We're going to go right here, though. Just like that. Nagash is doing his job, being a distraction. The behemoths don't really matter nearly so much as these hydras do. We're going to go in this direction. And maybe that can help Yogg get that extra hydra before he goes. Because we're up to 9 hydras. I'm hoping that Marshwall has hydras. I'm hoping. And then over here, I hate to say it, it's the last day before the new week. These creatures are just going to go down. It's such a shame, but eventually we're going to overwhelm the enemy. We are moving forward. The problem is that now they have more castles than we do, but they are taking some losses. It's not great. It's really not great. I'm putting a good spin on this. I'm putting on a brave face more than anything. Okay, we better win here. I'm not even going to question that. Take our gems, take our windmill, and go on from there. Okay. But Nagash now has an opportunity because the enemy went east. It's possible that we can get caught here. I don't think it's that likely, though. Get the Hydra. We didn't actually put the boots on, did we? Oh, no, we did. And that's all the movement points we have. Oh, we've already used the movement points a little bit. Gerd will be able to catch us. That's not a problem. Gonna go here, take the Clover, and we're gonna take this castle, and we're gonna hope that there's like a lot of good troops in here or something. I hope that there's something nice. That's pretty nice. That's a big, big pickup. And so, apparently we can't get the Cage of the Warlords, but I think that now is actually probably the time to do some upgrading. We've got the resources. Let's stay here overnight because we don't have a lot of movement points anywhere. Anyway, that'll help us get the Chaos Hydras, and that'll help us get the Wyvern Monarchs. And what are the troops we have here? Really, I see these 6 Hydras, I see these 12 Wyverns. Everything else is just gravy. So, big cost here, big upgrade here. Oh, what do we need? Sulfur. We need lots of sulfur. We do have 3 towns now and tons of gems. We're going to trade across like this. 100 gems like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. It's massive. Massive. 15 Chaos Hydras. And then next turn, we're going to upgrade the Wyverns. And then, I mean, as many of those as we can get is going to be pretty good, pretty useful. I don't know. Is it better to have the Wyverns or is it better to have the Mighty Gorgons? Assume that you can only get 1. I don't actually think that the upgrade from Wyverns to Monarchs is actually that good. Like, you get some extra attack skill, you get some extra speed, but because I have the tactics, I think that's mitigated, and I don't think that their special with the poison is that good, especially when you compare it to the Mighty Gorgon, especially when you consider that the Mighty Gorgons are what's going to help me take out their Chaos Hydras. I think that we're going to stay here overnight, we're going to pick up the upgraded Gorgon layer, we're going to pick up still the Wyverns, still the Gorgons, and we're going to be just fine. And we're probably going to trade all these additional resources. I don't think we have any more need for these resources. Let's just make sure we have Boots of Speed on. And then tomorrow we will go. I'd love this +2. It's not going to be that useful. We still have these other artifacts. So, okay. We're cooking, baby. There's 1 hero on the map. There's 2 heroes on the map. There's 3 heroes on the map. Dang it. I just don't like losing heroes for nothing. 4 heroes on the map. Okay, not too bad. And then let's assume... Oh, what do we need? The resource silo? You need the resource silo. I didn't know that you needed the resource silo. That changes my opinion drastically. Okay, it's time to get the Wyverns. And I think that it is just going to be gold that we need. Let's just split here. 4,500 here. We're not too far away. Let's go like this. That'll be all of these. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for 2 days. I don't have time to wait for 2 days. So we will pick up as many of these as we can. There's 3. We could pick up more. But yeah, what's the difference? It's 14 attack, 14 defense, 14 attack, 14 defense. So it's for the speed, and then they're poisonous. And the cost is 800 to 1100. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. That was a terrible upgrade, actually. Terrible upgrade. My word. Not worth it at all. What am I doing with myself? Ugh. And I don't want to trade all of these resources. I just think that there's going to be some times and some places where it's going to be better for you to wait. So we will wait. We will wait. Okay, and then we're going to head out. So, and you know what? I knew that. I knew that the upgrade is not that good. And that's why I was specifically like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to go for this other creature. No problem. Yeah, but now what? Now what? Where the heck do you get the boat from, by the way? Because you got to get over here. And so you got to get a boat. It's got to be through here. Yeah, it's got to be through there. Okay, so hold on. So I can get 15 Chaos Hydras here. I can go into the boat up here. I can go down here, defeat all the Guardians, take all these, go back over here, land, pick up the Orb of Inhibition? Wait. Yeah, and then you get the... No, you don't even get the Orb of the Firmament. You get something else that... The Sword of Hellfire. You need the Sword of Hellfire to go here. And you go here and you get the thing and get you the thing and you go to the thing and... my head. The point is that it's kind of convoluted and you've got to go from A goes to B and B goes to C and C says Bob's your uncle, Mary's your aunt. That's how it is. Okay. Long story short, I think it's a good idea to just defeat all your enemies, and we probably have enough forces to actually do that now. Really, we probably do. I've really labored over this fact. Early on in the last scenario, I've been a little bit gun shy because of losing earlier. Now I think that we're there. I just need to remember where Alkin is. Where are you, dude? Alkin, Braun, don't care about Braun. Alkin's here. I actually probably want to chase down Pyre as soon as I can, but not before I defeat Drakenmore. So, these losses are fine. I could probably do better. Probably. Well, we might as well. Move our now super fast Wyvern Monarchs across the battlefield with our tactics. I don't think that the AI is using the tactics very well, is it? That's the only thing I could think of. Chaos Hydras are now faster than the Mighty Gorgons. That's important. Let's start. There's 2, 3, that's 5, that's 8. Lizard Warriors go down. Let's see if we can get the gate. We do. I think that's also something. I think the AI doesn't use the ballistics to target the gate very, very well. We easily kill one Ghost Dragon. It must have been a pickup in the refugee camp. That's the only explanation I could think of that makes sense. But that'll save us more troops. Okay. And I don't think that there's anything really here for us. Nah, not really. Gnolls I don't really care about. I think we've already gotten the Cage of the Warlord. I wish that there was a way you could tell. Just at a glance. We're going to head up. And I'm going to trade just so I get enough gold for one hero. And the reason is because I do want to get Voy with her navigation. Because of their animated nature, golems must endure the punishment of spells longer than most. What? That doesn't make any sense. Just so we can get this gold mine. Just so we can get some of these other things. I'm not going to head south just yet. We're going to stop the aggression here. And I do think, again, that Alkin needs to be concerned about us. I think that we are the scarier force here. But let's see what they do. One hero to the south. 2 heroes to the... Don't do it. Oh my gosh. To that direction. And I didn't actually put the boots of speed on, so I'm actually in trouble here. That would have been enough. That would have been enough. I can go in this direction. I can get the troops out and save myself the trouble. I could have picked up the rally flag. That might have been enough too. I mean it when I say this, that I get I get tired, bro. And it hurts my heart because I used to be able to do this all the time. I used to be able to just play any game. Doesn't matter what the game was. I could just play and just go. And I was unstoppable. And now I'm not old. I'm really not. And yet my body's like, whoa there, Skippy. This is not what grown-ups do. We don't stay up at all hours of the night. And in fact, because I have my kids, I do wait until they go to bed, because hey, I will stop this at any point just so I can go and be dad. That's just more important to me than anything else that I could do with my life. So, yeah, working around family is probably one of the very best decisions that I could ever make. And it's one of the things that I'm really, really grateful for, because it did not come to me naturally. I love when people are like, oh yeah, being a parent is one of the best things ever. Do that. And yeah, I think it is. If you're in a position where you wonder, well, should I or should I not? I would argue that maybe it's not even arguing. Maybe I would just encourage you to just know that it'll be okay. And you're probably more prepared than you think. But also, it's going to be hard as anything you've ever done. My kid has been good for me as a person. How about that? That's really what I mean when I say that. Because my kid has been really part of the refiner's fire in making me better as a human being, because there's all these things that I want to do as a person, like as an individual who has interests and goals and things like that. And it was really hard for me to give up any of that, to, put somebody else first before me. I was just not, like, I was excited, and I remember laughing to myself as my dear sweet wife is pregnant and very, very pregnant nearby. And I'm just like, our lives are going to change drastically very, very soon. And like in my head, I knew that, and yet I didn't really know what that meant. And it's been really, really wonderful for me to have my kid push me in that direction where I can be better and I can be thinking about somebody other than me. So fatherhood's been really good for me as a person. It's been so good for me as a person. Look, Alkin has not a lot of spell points right now. This is where I must go. And I think I will catch Alkin. I know I will definitely catch Alkin if I have the boots of speed on, but the problem is I'm going to come close enough that if they attack me, I'm going to be in trouble. I think, though, with those 10 hydras that they have, I think I'm faster, I think I'm better. And I think I will deal with Pyre later. I just don't even care. I just got more important things to deal with right now. And so I think that even though I came all this way, seeing that Alkin has so few of spell points left, that's gonna push me in this direction. Dang, we're gonna be so close to this rally flag. Let's see what Alkin does. Let's see what he does. Because whether I pick up this castle or this one up here doesn't really matter to me. It's day 4. Oh, that might matter though. I definitely don't want to lose all this for free. Really, it's the Gorgons, man. Let's take all the Gorgons now, just in case. Just in case somebody comes my way. Let's escape. Because that's potentially 13 more Gorgons that can turn into Mighty Gorgons. And that's definitely a game winner. That's definitely a big deal. Another hero goes down. Yep, and I was right. But now you're trapped. Before, it was always me trying to make sure that I wasn't trapped, and now it's the other way around. Now you are trapped here. You're going to be in this castle. You're going to be in this castle, and it's going to be good for you. And I can't stop it, I admit. But I'll be fine. I think I can defeat you here, and it's going to be ugly. It's going to be so ugly, but I can defeat you here. It's time to stop spending money just to keep it away from people. There's a Hydra pond up here. How long has that been there? For quite some time, I'm sure. But yeah, It's time to defeat your main hero. And if you're stuck in the castle and if you can't escape, that actually bodes well for me at this point. So, and, well, you are going to get full spell points. That's going to be pretty bad. That was part of the reason why I did this. They upgraded their wyverns. They purchased a lot of troops here. Doesn't matter. It's time to win this fight. And if I lose here, then I lose here. That's just kind of the way it goes. I think that the flexibility with the HYDRAS is pretty important. No, keep them together. We already got one separate stack of HYDRAS. Probably do want to split up the wyvern monarchs though. And this is going to be a fight. We're going to win. And this is going to be their main hero. And then from there, I can actually split off some of my troops into other forces. We can go that way. This is going to be close. I'm almost expecting the AI to say that I lose this fight, and then I will do even better. That's what I think is going to happen. I think it's going to say that I lose, and I'm going to win anyway. No, we are overwhelming in forces, and the spells that you have are not going to be enough. A lightning bolt is not going to be enough to bridge the gap for you at this point. 120 spell points. I'm very, very well aware of how scared I am of that. It doesn't matter. Wait, the enemy didn't surrender out of that, did they? That's actually pretty critical information for me to have. If the enemy surrenders out of that, that's super bad. Let's hope that they don't or didn't. Okay, so they take some damage here. We get the prayer off, and we've got to get through this gate right now. Oh, no. But, and here's the nice thing, but they don't have any ranged troops themselves. I've got 3 flyers. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm gonna eat some massive spells. I'm going to eat some crazy spells. I'm gonna get damage off while I can. There's no guarantee I'm gonna be able to get damage off later. That's unfortunate. The 2 dragonflies was enough to mess me up. I've got to fly while I can because otherwise this grouping is going to just get shellacked. That's so sad. Up to 1k damage. That's going to kill a lot of the HYDRAS. Let's kill a lot of HYDRAS here. Oh, with the good luck. Very nice. And then let's kill a lot of the basilisks. Does the chance that your petrifying attack go up when you go from basilisks to greater basilisks? I don't know. I'm going to attack the basilisks over the wyverns. I'm fine with that spell. You can do that all day if you want. That's fine by me. We're going to wait here. Take our lumps. We knew we were going to take some serious damage. Here it comes. But at this point, 43 attack and 38 defense versus 15 attack, 15 defense. This is the hero that we've been dancing around and towards this whole time. And now there's no better time to have met our dance partner than right now. Yeah, we're ready to go. Okay. So this really is the last fight that was scary to me. I don't think that we need to be scared anymore. I think that we can be comfortable knowing that this has been a challenge. But as long as we get through this gate right here, then there's no more problems for me. We will persevere. We will overcome. We weaken the Gorgons. Take our damage there. Let's see. I think that my HYDRAS are going to go right into there. So we might as well continue to fight these Gorgons here. Going to kill so many of these basilisks. Maybe all of them. 37 goes down. How much damage was that? 3,100 damage. That's a bit of damage. That's a bit. And then we will kill the rest of these basilisks here. These 38 wyverns, I hope that I can kill them on a retaliation, or I hope that I can get good morale, and then good luck, and then get my death stare ability. Goodness. And I'm expecting to eat one more meteor shower. We will see what the enemy has in store for us. The slow. Ooh, I don't like that slow. It's funny, I realized this. I have gotten myself into the habit where I evaluate the AI, and I did that because of F-Heroes 2, because that was one of the things that people are interested in, is how does the F-Heroes 2 AI compare to the old gold AI? And so that was just something I got into the habit of doing, was just, hey, how does it compare? Well, now I find myself still doing that here, and is it really necessary? No, but I do it. At this point, might as well start to kill some of these lower turrets. And so you'll hear me say stuff like that, like, oh, interesting choice, or oh, I don't like that choice, or something like that. Gonna back off. Gonna back off. And we're going to get in here and do tons of damage. Yep. Okay, so 50, 16, and 64. Heavy losses, but the enemy does not run. We're going to take all of their artifacts, Black Shard of the Dead Knight, Glyph of Gallantry, and we're going to go back home. We're going to pick up the resource silo now because tomorrow we're going to head out with more of the Gorgons. We are going to break up the Angelic Alliance yet again. And this scenario feels much better than it did before. That was really the big concern. If they'd gotten this Hydra Pond a while ago, we would have been in serious trouble. I know that Christian's getting hunted down. The enemy should be terrified at this point. Absolutely terrified. We have more castles than you do. We're going to get more Hydras. Yeah, but troops without attack skill or defense skill or magic to assist you in overwhelming my forces, that's not going to do anything for you. It won't do anything at all for you. And so I have no worries about the rest of this map. Now we are literally just racing the clock. How fast can we defeat this? Whoa, that was close. That was so close. I almost just... I'm tired. I almost just dismissed 13 of the Gorgons. Probably not ideal. I might as well pick up the lizards because, sure, why not? And amazing how we've not gotten a whole stack of the nulls. By now, you'd think that we would have a lot, but we don't. We really don't. This is our upgraded Hydra pit, so we should actually upgrade these Hydras. We've got plenty of sulfur. I don't think we're going to need any of this ore. How much does it take? Hold on. 2,600 for 2. We're about 500 gold away. Okay. All right. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Should we just pick up the rest of these troops? Sure. Other than the sulfur, because sulfur goes into the Hydras, there's no other buildings I think I need to purchase for the rest of this scenario. I say that and then watch as that changes very, very soon. All right, and then let's go. Because we're going to keep the Angelic Alliance on because we should take this castle right now. Easy. And then I think that we head up. We will take this chokehold. And Braun cannot escape from us. We're going to keep the Angelic Alliance on or take it off. He's not going to fight us. There's no way he's going to fight us. And on day 1, we're going to take this other castle, get one more quick resupply. Yep. No problem. And this is no problem as well. I'm amazed of how many troops they are able to get in here. Yeah, that's really pretty amazing to me. And then let's see as far as upgrades. Oh, we need a little bit of mercury. Let's trade for 1 mercury. So we can get the serpent flies, and that's just so I can get these serpent flies upgraded. Might as well take the serpent flies here. Everybody else will stay. And back on we go. I'll purchase another hero as quickly as I can. I don't think I actually need troops in this area for now. We will wait anyway. I'm not sure where the enemy went. There was one enemy that was chasing Christian and they're gone now. Ah, they ran back home. Good for them. 1 hero to the south, 1 hero to the east, 1 hero from the south heading north. They've got 4 heroes on the map right now. I didn't actually move the boots off. I want to end up over here, so we're going to head south first and foremost. And then that'll help make sure that I don't lose more of my infrastructure. Let's continue to let the enemies chase me into the swamp. Might as well pick up Hydras here and get Gerd out. Because there's still more stuff to pick up. There's gold mines and stuff. I will get 1 more hero here. Jabarkus, you're back. Tan earns the most gold. I don't believe you. Unless there's a script running that makes it so the AI gets more gold than they ought to. There's no way that they're getting more gold than me. I probably don't have a capital at this point, do I? I've traded back castles so many times, yeah. Back and forth, I've traded so many castles that it doesn't surprise me that I don't have a capital. Oh, you actually reached me. That's amazing. I did not think that the enemy would reach me there. Okay, it's not gonna hurt me too bad though. Once again, I forgot the boots of speed. Thankfully, once again, it doesn't really matter. There's another hero over here. Where are they? Replay opponent's turn. Oh, I'm just about past them. Oh, I didn't even realize that because they're on the. I did pass them. I will get them on the way out. I didn't even see them. That was crazy. 51? Do I really need to lose 51 to Vey? Nah, it's Chaos HYDRAS. They've got Chaos HYDRAS. No, I don't need to lose that many. Let's go here, 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 and here. 5 attack, 5 defense, 1 power, 1 knowledge. Start combat. We'll take some losses. Do the prayer and see if we can get right on in. Just swoosh right on in. We do. And now I think that we hit Q. And we actually lost less. Just because of what? We actually focused on the gate so we could get down. That's all we did differently. We did nothing else differently. And that was enough. Gerd is possibly gonna take some hits there. Unless we go north. Grabbing whatever we can. Just flagging everything. Any purchases, might as well just hit buy all. Another gold mine we lose. Okay. And then look at all this movement points. 2,800. That feels pretty okay. Yeah. That feels pretty okay. Angelic Alliance. Well, one sec. Back in action. It's just so good. And then back. And so, folks, as we wrap up this scenario, and I know that there's still much more to be done, I just want to say thank you for all the folks that are spending the time with me on Twitch, by the way. That's been going really, really well. Really, really well. I guess, I don't know. I guess I don't really know what my expectations were. What were my expectations? My expectations were to... well, my expectations were to try it out and to see if I could figure out the technical aspect of it, you know, just to make sure that you could actually stream. And we figured that out. It takes a little bit of finagling because I have to go down to my local library. I feel like Arthur from PBS. And ultimately, it's just fun. I wasn't sure if I would actually enjoy it or not. But I love spending time with all the people that have taken the time to show up, all the people that have just happened to catch me whenever I'm doing these streams, and I'm so very grateful. I can't even tell you how grateful I am for all the folks that have spent the time with me, because I know that people are busy and they got stuff to do. But as far as how it's going great. It's going great. I'm wondering. When I first started, I started doing the streaming in the section that was for specifically F Heroes 2. I think that I am going to move out of F Heroes 2 and move into just the regular Heroes 2 streaming, because I think there's something like 78 people that are subscribed to the F Heroes 2. And then there are many more people that are subscribed to just Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Obviously, Heroes of Might and Magic 2 has been around longer. A lot of people don't know about F Heroes 2. And at this time, I am doing Heroes of Might and Magic 2 and not Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I don't know. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 streaming. Here's the thing. There's more people doing Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I'm not confident in my skills at Heroes 2 yet. There's a big difference between playing the campaigns and having fun here and actually defeating the people online. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I've done okay for myself playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3 online. I've done okay for myself. But I don't feel comfortable. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable playing it on Twitch against people at this time. The game is just so different, right? It's just so different. One of the things I can kind of say about it is like, there's lots of games where the game will differ depending on what level you're playing it at, as Tan is Vanquished. And truly, Heroes 3 is one of these knowledge check kind of games that has had 20 plus years of people working on strategy and meta, and I'm just not there yet, where even if I'm starting off on the rank ladder playing at a really low level, that's not exciting to me, right? I think that when you have other alternatives of people playing Heroes 2, there's a niche that's already been filled. It's part of the reason why I don't like to do videos like tier ranking videos when I already know that there's a many wonderful and excellent people out there who have done great videos. So why do I need to do another video on the best 4th level creatures in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 or 3? Why do I need to do a video on how certain things work unless there's a need for it? And whenever there's a need for any of those things, I will do it gladly. Just so we're clear on that, I am thrilled to do videos and content on things that people are interested in and haven't been done before. But I don't necessarily think that my niche is just me, right? You look at people online, streamers and things like that, and I don't think that everybody can, could, or should be the kind of person that doesn't stick to a genre. I don't think there's a lot of people that can, could, or should do more than just stay in their lane. And at this time, I just don't plan on getting out of my lane. Right now, my lane is Heroes of Might and Magic 2. That's my lane. That's my lane. Heroes 3 here, I'm doing Heroes 3 because people asked me to, right? People from Heroes 2, they said, "Hey, Phixfox, I want to see this." And I said, "Okay," and I'm happy to do it. I enjoy it very, very much. But I don't think that there's that big of a demand for me to stream Heroes of Might and Magic 3 when there's, at any given moment, 6 to 10 people streaming it anyway. And that doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. Excellent. You have found the 15 Chaos Hydras the king is so anxious to see. Let them go with us and you may pass. I wish that I could just keep them, but unfortunately, apparently no. Whatever that means. I don't know. There's a big part of me that looks at what other people do when they're playing Heroes, and I say, I do that just as good or better. And then there's times where I see people and they do stuff, I'm like, yeah, but they're playing at a higher level than me, and therefore they've got their niche there. I don't feel like I'm the kind of person that can just do any variety content. I'm grateful for the ability to do what I'm doing now, but variety content, I don't think I can just play any game and people will follow me. I don't think I can play just any game. I think that Heroes 2, Heroes 2 specifically, is where my lane is, and that's where we're going to stay. So, Implosion spell, unfortunately, we can't learn it. I knew that. You knew that. Here we are. I don't know. Maybe you feel differently, and maybe I don't want to say that I've got. I don't want to try and have a sense of false humility. Like, I'm good. I'm good at what I do. I'm glad with what I do. I'm confident in what I do. I just don't know if there's a big market for me to do certain things. So, one example of a time where there's not a big market and I'm still going to do it anyways is a game that I love, and that's Factorio. My videos generally get somewhere between, I don't know. My biggest video is somewhere at like 14,000 views and like 400 likes, something like that. That video being the video for why F Heroes 2 is a modern day classic. And it's a really good video. It's a really good video, and I'm happy for it, and I'm happy for everything about it. There's nothing I dislike about that video, and I'm glad that it's done well. But generally, we're somewhere in the range of like 200 to 800 views, and then somewhere in the range of like 5 to 10 likes. Okay. And that's fine for me. That's great for me. And then there is the videos, like the Factorio videos, that don't get any attention at all. And yet I'm going to do those videos because I like that game. That's what I want to do. And so I'm going to play it anyway. I might as well post it because I enjoy the game. And there are people who have specifically subscribed to me because they like those games too. If you don't know about Factorio, it's a base building and simulator type of game. I enjoy it. But it's definitely not Heroes of Might and Magic-esque. It definitely is a far cry from what we're doing here. And so, not always am I strictly going to do things because I think it's going to be popular. But there's a part of me that's wondering because I've gotten some really humbling inquiries. Whenever somebody says, "Hey, do you have a Patreon?" and they direct message me and say, "Hey, how do I support you?" Dude, that weirds me out, man. Like, because I'm grateful that somebody is like, "Hey, I would like to support you, and one of the ways that I can support you is financially." Like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy, because this is a hobby, and yet it's a hobby that people say, "Yeah, but you do a good enough job that I want to make sure that you don't stop. I want to keep this going." And I don't really know what to make of that. Can I not land? I can land over here. I don't know what to make of that. Don't know what to make of that. But it makes me wonder, like, okay, so should I do this thing full tilt? You know, I'm not saying I'm going to quit my day job, but should I give people the opportunity to support me financially? Should I make a Patreon? Should I, should I stream consistently? Wonderful doing business with you. Give me the 4 orbs and I will give you the Orb of Inhibition. Now don't lose it or you won't be able to get the Sword of Hellfire and complete your mission. Good to go. But should I get like a steady streaming schedule? Should I focus on putting out videos more often? Am I putting them out too often already and I don't give people time to breathe? There's a quote by Andy Warhol that I love so much, and I'm going to pull that up real quick just so I know what the quote is, because it's a good quote. It's a really good quote. And every time I try and do it myself, I always mess it up. Making money is art, and working is art, and good business is the best art. Good business is the best art. In the words of Christopher Nolan's Joker, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Excellent. Give me the orb and I will give you the Sword of Hellfire so you can open the quest gate that guards the subterranean gate. Remember, if you lose the Sword of Hellfire, you will be unable to go below and finish your mission. Duly noted. And so I don't think that I'm amazing the bee's knees. I would prefer to always play it humble when in doubt, right? Always be humble. Stand in your greatness, admit who you are, admit that you're awesome at so many things. Don't be the kind of person that can't take a compliment, right? Be able and willing to take those compliments at any given point and just roll with it. Stand in your greatness. If you're great at something, be great and recognize your limitations all the same. The game is slowing down because I'm speaking too much. And yet at the same time, I would prefer to be humble. But maybe, I mean, the feedback I'm getting from people is, yeah, dude, you don't suck at this. Keep going. I'm not going to stop, but it means that I'm going to narrow my focus. It means I'm going to try to make more business decisions instead of just doing what I want to do, like a variety content maker might do, where they say, today I want to do this instead of doing this. I'll stay in my lane. I'll do my niche type of work. I'll focus in on what people are really wanting. And then, I don't know, maybe down the road, maybe then you branch out a little bit more. Maybe it's time to just keep doing what we've been doing and not branch out as much as maybe we have in the past. And so that way we can see how far the rabbit hole goes. And then if tomorrow everybody leaves and my channel dies and people stop watching my YouTube videos and nobody cares about my streams on Twitch, hey, it's been fun. And that's great. And that's great. It's been fun. But we're not going to know unless we try. So let's try. All right. The wizard agrees to let you buy in exchange for the Sword of Hellfire. Do you wish to pass it this time? I do. So we've done the most convoluted thing in the world. We had to defeat all of our enemies so we could get 15 Chaos Hydras here. Okay. And then that let us get into the boat. Okay. That let us get these 4 orbs. Okay. That let us get the Orb of Inhibition. Okay. That let us get the Sword of Hellfire here. Okay. That Sword of Hellfire has now led us into the Subterranean Gate. Now you can do all of that without defeating every single enemy. However, as you can tell, this scenario was much easier because we just defeated all of our enemies and then moved forward. What are we going to find down here? I don't know. Lots of Chaos Hydras. I can beat you. I've got literally 40 plus attack. It's not going to be a problem. The guards are only going to let Yogg pass. At last is Yogg. Do you wish to pass? The Seers hut. Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for you. I am Alindora. Winston Broghild told me of your coming. I was also told you have the Armor of Wonder and the Sandals of the Saint to give me. Will I give you those? Sure, probably. And with that, we're going to complete this scenario. But it is worth noting, we were a little bit more patient in this scenario. Never in the future, for anybody else who's interested in playing, I don't think that it's a bad decision to pretty much ignore this first castle and to do what we did in this second playthrough, where you get out of this castle, you go into Drakkenmore as soon as possible, and you mostly only focus on the fortress troops. There are 6 castles on the map. If 5 of them are fortress and 1 of them is stronghold, what are the odds that these troops are really going to matter? The answer is not much. This was pretty much just a waste. I definitely should have gotten the city hall at some point. For a lot of these castles, actually, I think that you noticed that I specifically didn't go the full economic route, mostly because I figured I was going to be trading castles back and forth, and ultimately I did. And yet, at least here and probably here and a few other places, it would have made a lot more sense to really have focused in on getting at least the city hall. Really, it just made too much sense. But overall, I liked much better avoiding fighting until month 3. It was about month 3 in which we defeated that guy. He's a null, not Dranik. We just, or Dranik, not somebody else. Drakon and Alkin. We just spent 4 hours fighting this dude back and forth and running from him, and I can't remember his name. That's how little he means to me, my word. But ultimately, avoiding fights until we were ready, that was what won us this scenario. And then playing this game of stealing troops and taking troops and building up Yogg. As soon as we had probably 10 Chaos Hydras, we probably could have been more aggressive than we were. And that's okay that we weren't. Here is the Pendant of Courage. Send it to Winston Broghild, and he will know that you have completed the first part of your quest. That was not fun. I enjoy these maps very, very much. There's a lot of value I get out of being thorough, and it's that sense of accomplishment. Fun. It's fun when things turn out well. Oh my gosh. And that first playthrough turned out so well. We were so aggressive until I just got a little too excited. We totally would have saved ourselves at least probably 3 hours. I think that if we had, in that first playthrough, not have attacked the lieutenant, the second in command hero, Broghild, and if he hadn't have had just those extra spells that completely ruined us, I do think that we would have saved ourselves at least 2 to 3 hours. Okay, 2 hours. Probably call it 2 hours, because we're about 4.5 hours in right now. My word. So anyway, folks, I'm tired. It's late. There's no amount of caffeine that'll save me here. I just want to tell you that I appreciate you very, very much. I appreciate all your time. I appreciate the folks that are following me around, and providing insight, feedback, support. And so thank you. If you're still watching this video at this point, I'll tell you what, per the conversation I just had, if you're still watching at this point, I humbly request that you like this video, that you subscribe, and that you drop a comment. I never thought I'd be the person that actually said that kind of stuff. I never thought I would be, because I don't want to impose on your time or your energy. And yet, if it matters enough to you to watch these videos, then I hope that it matters enough to you to subscribe. I hope it matters enough to you to support the channel in those ways. I did see something the other day that made me laugh, and somebody said, they said, hey, it costs you nothing. It means everything to us, and it costs you nothing to do those things. And so if that's how you feel about it too, I'm officially starting to be full of myself and request that from you. And if you already do that anyway, thank you so much. Folks, as always, my name is Phixfox, and we will be on to Fowler and Terwin for this upcoming scenario. That will be scenario 4 in the Birth of a Barbarian campaign. Until that time, look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. And by golly, send me your energy, because it's 3 in the morning right now and I'm getting too old for this. Remember, if you don't look after you, who will? Until I see you next time, take really good care, and I'll see you in the next one. Phixfox out.